Try to be polite when I plug into the audio there and not give you guys a pop. How's everybody doing? I'm back. Sorry about the long delay. Yeah, just a bunch of stuff going on, helping people out. I need to cinch up my belt. That means I gotta go off mic. Well, be right back. Here, look at this. Look at this with my belt. Yeah, we can get Riz. We can finally be the Rizzler. If you, I hear the Rizzler took too much Skyrism, my Rizzer. It's. Why did they name the medication that? Look at how far off from my mark this belt. I think what happened was they kept producing these, but their jig or something got like worn, and so now it doesn't grab the belt. I can just do this. What a piece of shit! It's so annoying. Because when it's here, my pants stay up. God, but now that I've got it this way, my undershirt's coming out and like all kinds of dumb shit's happening. I'm gonna back up a little bit here so you guys can't see what's going on in the background and get my undershirt sufficiently below my pants so I don't have exposed skin. You guys aren't allowed in the engine room. I haven't done any work on the, what do you call it? On the module testing module. I haven't done any work on it. I've been doing RC car stuff because it makes me happy. And I'm trying not to burn out. The problem with the RC car stuff is that all of my measurements are all over the place and nothing is really working out. And so stuff kind of like drifts around. I'm trying to put together a model of the expensive RC car. Yeah, it wouldn't be a real stream without a wardrobe malfunction. I'm not Janet Jackson. My whole career, actually no, I am Janet Jackson. My whole career could come crashing down if I accidentally show peen on stream. If Bother Jr. shows rears his ugly head, just a little bit of neck, and I'm dead. My whole stream would get nuked, and because I'm not popular, I wouldn't have any recourse to get it back up. I wouldn't have that push-pull that a lot of artists have. You know, they pitch a fit on Twitter and people listen to them. I don't have that kind of following, you know? Where's my mouse? Why isn't it moving? There it is. All right, so let's get a little bit organized. I have not touched this desk since the last stream. That's the mental state that I'm in. I did, however, unsasquatch myself. I got a haircut. It was an expensive haircut, and it doesn't look like an expensive haircut. It looks like the same mess that I always have for hair. But I also did the beard trim too, so things are a little bit neater. Have you been live once today? What's that mean? Have I really, is that really living? This is the first time this week that I've been live, because I did not stream Tuesday. I should have, I probably could have, but I had to help clean toilets. Had to help clean toilets because I'm a good guy. See all this drama around Moon Moon? Why are these people doing these things? Ridiculous. He's got a kid. What's his problem? Oh my God. He's got game though. He had an affair with a very pretty lady, but I mean, what the fuck? Like, how much of a monster are you? Ridiculous. Sorry, I'm picking things from the back of the desk so I can... Oh, no, starting soon. Maybe we should do that. Now that Stream Deck is working. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I do to set up the stream, and I really need to automate them again. I need MQTT. I may just roll out a Raspberry Pi to do MQTT. I'm getting real antsy in the pantsy, waiting for news. I know Brink's on the up and up with that stuff, and he was here right before stream. They were here right before stream. I gotta be careful about pronouns. I'm gonna insult somebody one day. Just because I don't know. I require constant correction. And I appreciate the people that constantly correct me. That's how I learned stuff. I had a friend who had to correct my spelling 9 times a day back in the AIM days, back when we were all on AOL Instant Messenger. Constantly would correct my spelling. It was obnoxious, but that made me a much better writer as a result. Where am I putting these? I'm just kind of like offsetting the mess into a different area. Yeah, so I'm having trouble in CAD. My copy of, what is it? What's it called again? Software? My copy of Fusion 360 is going to expire. The day is finally upon us that my Fusion 360 will expire. We'll talk about that more when the stream actually starts. But they finally required you. Sorry, I'm making weird noises while I'm thinking. I'm going. No, but they finally required that you upload a document that verifies you as in academia, and they didn't do that before. And I got my copy, and I'm no longer in academia. I have exited academia since getting my copy, and so I can no longer cheese it and continue to have Fusion 360. So I have a choice here. I have a choice. I got an email about joining a creator thing for Fusion 360, and I haven't signed any documents or anything about it yet, so I can tell you guys about that. They say that I would have to upload 1 video a month on Fusion 360, and I don't know what the specific stipulations are behind that, but that would get me a creator's license for Fusion. The question is, do I want that creator's edition, or should I drop down to the free edition so that I am on your level, switch to Onshape? There's stuff that Fusion 360 does that I specifically need it for, and it's mostly just the fusion with the CAD software, with the circuit software. That fusion with the circuit software is a big deal, and it works really nicely for me, and I can create some very nice visual things. And also, in addition to that, the visual nature of it, KI CAD and FreeCAD, stuff like that. I don't think I think it personally, it lacks the visual element that I really like to have. I like the simplicity and the visual nature of the CAD software. I think it is appealing to viewers. They see it, they go, ooh, ah, I don't really know much about CAD. I can understand what Bother's doing. That's the appeal. That's why I use it. And I explain this over and over again, and people seem to continually try to chip away at my convictions. And I don't owe you an explanation, but I gave you one. I don't owe you an explanation. I don't owe that to you. It can get really grating on a creator when people do that constant questioning thing. It really is very grating. Oh, this is that weird song with the spoken word stuff. But so yeah, I have to make a decision on what direction to go here. If I do the free edition, then Fusion doesn't bother me anymore. But then I have to deal with all the limitations, like having to archive 250,000 projects, which, by the way, I should be doing anyway. I should be doing that anyway. I need to be uploading these things to GitHub because they are not profit-motivated projects. All they are is viewer-motivated projects, which I guess leads to profit. You could argue in the court of law. But they're things that I'm doing in order to be entertaining. I have to pay a subscription for my goddamn flute that I play for wandering travelers. Give us money. We made this flute. It's ours. You only have a license for it. We got a license for that flute. Just record 100 videos that's 3 minutes long about the most simple stuff and upload once each month. Honestly, I wouldn't need to do that because I use Fusion so much that I have so many different projects that I can already just pull out of my ass in order to keep that going. And then if I take a month off, then I could do that. Or, take a year off, I could do 12 videos about Fusion where I do Fusion the whole time. I think it would be very funny because once a month, we could do our court-mandated monthly Fusion stream, right? And I could be just completely, resigned to the fact that I need to do a Fusion stream. All right, we need to do a Fusion stream this month. Otherwise, they're going to take it away from me. Just continue like that. I think that would be great. I think that would be very funny. Oh, I think I'm going to start going down the road of gastric surgery. I think I'm going to do that because I've tried to lose weight so many times. I don't have the willpower. I just don't. And my body seems to love putting on excess fat. It loves it. And it's affecting my entire life. When I lost all the weight, I did a lot of exercise, and I'll be planning on doing a lot of exercise in the near future in order to qualify. But it needs to stay off, you know? Fusion Day and upload the VOD. I have to figure out whether or not the live streaming section of YouTube counts, because those are technically uploads. Those show up in people's feeds as normal videos. So if they think that's fine, then that's perfect. That's all I need to do. If I have to upload them, that's a little bit of extra work, but it's not that bad. You know, I could pre-record 12 videos and just have them come up every month as the court mandated Fusion 360 video. The problem is if they do an update and there's like some feature that changes, then the video is going to be out of date. Recorded 1 year ago, and it's like a feature they got rid of. I think that would be pretty interesting, though. I think that would be a fun little change in content. So I think I am going to contact them because I think the court mandated monthly Fusion 360 video will be funny, and I can sit there and bitch about it and talk about how awful Fusion is and how they forced me to stop lying to them. They really did. They forced me to stop lying to them, let's be honest, by requiring documentation of my academic prowess. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit beyond academia at this point, so I can't get proper credentials. I could take my not too old credentials and doctor them and try to pull a Facebook. You know, where all the silly Facebook accounts tried to get. I had a friend who had to verify that his name was essentially a euphemism for big penis, and so he took his ID and he photoshopped it to have that be his actual name, and they approved it. It was for his DJing account too. That's the fun part. It was like for his DJ account, so he could organize parties and stuff and events and things. He had to pantomime having an actual name that was a euphemism for big penis. Which is what I would be doing, I guess, with academia. I would macadamia. I need to get some nuts on this thing, man. Yeah, anyway, it's just funny. I think we'll talk about it a little later on when we actually have a crowd. But yeah, I got to figure out what my strategy is going forward. And I think I should probably just contact them about the creators camp. The problem is they used some kind of an AI app. Oh, you got the first PETG out. Hell yeah. Have you tested how strong it is? Have you started to like mess with it and see? Because this stuff is crazy strong. It bends, but I've had it shear before in a car accident. Bum, 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 ba-da-ba-dum, bum. Oh, the hard drive caddy we never needed. Never needed it. What were we looking up? We were looking up something that I lost because it was something on stream. All right, let's see. Let's get a little bit of this stuff under control too, because we're going to be jumping into these parts of the circuit. Printing on a what? I should contact Bamboo Labs. Do you guys think Bamboo Labs would bite if I contacted them and got me like a modern FDM printer? Because we're still on CR10S. Wasn't that what you were on, Kagas? I don't know. If I send them an email like, hey guys, I have like this many unique views a stream, and they'll be like, ooh, big number. We do get a lot of unique views. I think a lot of people click in and they go, oh, this looks cool. What's this guy doing? And then I'm just like a sentient fart. I just get on chat and I'm like, guys, the other day my penis was, and they're like, and then they click off of it as their boss walks by. Average view time. One penis joke. And then I start ranting about 555s and they just turn their computer off and never turn it back on. Oh, this is why I couldn't find JSTs. I have all of the kits out. Put all these away. How's your ads set up? I do as few ads as possible. I hate them. I hate ads, and the reason that I was attracted to Twitch, it's funny because one of my moderators works in advertisement. But yeah, I hate ads. I hate them with a passion. And so, yeah, the whole premise behind Twitch is that people would contribute to the success of their streamer. And while it doesn't really... Is it one pre-roll ad? Yeah, it's whatever they require. That's the required. The Twitch has to get their stupid fucking, you know, grubbly mitts into that sweet ad money that everybody seems to be overly tempted with, and they have to enshitify their entire platform in order to get that ad money. And I really wish they never went down that road, because Twitch originally was creators doing stuff that people supported. People supported the creators. There was no middlemen, there were no ad men in there to tell us what we could and could not say, and whether or not we could actually curse on our streams at the beginning of it, because people talk like people. And when you start getting advertisements in there, they don't want to be associated with language and philosophy and things like that. Now I'm all for banning, you know, horrible people, but at the same time, it's like I want to say fuck, and I can't at the beginning of streams because YouTube algorithm gets its grubby mitts in there and goes, this is bad for advertisers, and then it fucking kills your channel and you don't see the light of day. So it's I hate it all. I hate it all so much. It's like Steam is the only platform that has resisted full enshittification. They only advertise for their own stuff inside of their platform. They don't allow, you know, you don't have an ad for deodorant, although you probably should, in like a Dota game. Instead, you have, when you close the game, it'll say, hey, here's another game that we have, if you're interested. And that's all it does. Yeah, I just can't stand it. But Twitch is one of the big ones that has kind of gone down that road. Now, I haven't jumped from Twitch. I'm still on the platform. I still believe in it. But I hate the direction that it's going. I really, really do. So that's my stance on ads. Doing ads in order to get stuff on this stream, not really all that necessary, even though, you know, I'm not making money. I'm not supposed to make money. I can get assets for the business, but then those can be reclaimed if I declare bankruptcy. If I declare bankruptcy, they might take my mill because I claimed it on taxes one time. Which, you know, I use the mill pretty much for my business. Everything I do on it is recorded. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Yeah. If I made a ton of money and I had advertisers breathing down my neck, I guess, I don't know what I would do. I don't think I would want to do that, you know, get ads. I would rather I get a device and then talk about it super positively. Like if somebody sent me a desktop like mill, like a $2,000 mill, I would be super overly positive about it, and it would be saccharine. You guys would be able to tell that I'm being superly overly positive about the thing. Wow, it's such an amazing design that this part broke. Like, I think that would be my stance, because that would be the funniest thing that I could do. And it's hard to say no to free stuff, you know? But if I contact Bamboo Labs and get one of their printers, I could have a much more capable printer. I could do multicolor prints. I don't have room for it, so the old printer would probably have to get thrown in a closet. I don't know. How would I do what? Hey, Nerduino, what's up? Oh, actually, fuck you. How would you fuck? I think somebody tried and they got arrested. Didn't they show up at like a YouTube office all bricked up? Probably will need wire at some point, so I won't put that away. We'll just push all this stuff out to the sides. So I've been working in CAD to make this thing a reality. This is a Lancia Monte Carlo body, and I used Fusion 360 to make an inner shell of it, because Fusion 360 can do like a coring out operation. So I had an outer mesh and not an inner mesh. And so I used Fusion to create an inner mesh and then extrude out the air intakes. This is on clear resin print. I bought gray resin print because you can't see the details of the body. All of those beautiful angles, these crisp angles that the printer is able to make, You can't see them because this is see-through. It's kind of unfortunate that it's like that. I don't know how I could like emphasize it. All I can do is reflect the light off of it just right. It is a little bit flimsy, which is fine. And then I have to figure out how to mount it to my expensive SZ2 base, because we were giant man babies for a while there, and I put together a pretty baller RC car shell, right? RC car, sorry, frame, base, whatever. We made a pretty cool one, right? This is expensive. I got kind of pissed off at CAD because all of my measurements were all wrong, and then I bought this, and I've got it equipped. It's all set up. I've got it kind of tuned. The rear wheels seem to drop down further than the front wheels, and I guess I could fix that. That was causing problems in my programs. Although, technically, I probably want the front wheels to drop down more, because this I have laboriously gone through. The fenders didn't print quite right in some spots, and I've made some corrections to the 3D model in order to get that to work better. But this technically fits over top, right? And if you look at where it falls, the wheel wells are kind of in place. This one's a little bit far forward. I took all of the nodes and I scooched them back as far as I could tolerate. So with those nodes scooched back, I mean, we kind of get wheels in wells here. It could fit a little bit better, and maybe I'll scale the whole thing down this way. But I took this element, and this thing here in Fusion 360, and I put them together in order to represent the different areas of the car. And then I took a wheel model and I catered it to these wheels, and I took it into CAD and I put it all together in a model. The problem is this stuff. How do I figure this out? The toe in is extreme. There's an extreme toe into these wheels, and they're cambered and castered. I don't fucking know. They've got all kinds of properties on them. Like, these are toe out. A pretty extreme toe out, to be honest. With a car this size, that's just what you get. Actually, no, the toe in is, oh, it's fisheyeing. Yeah, the lens is fisheyeing. Extreme toe out, parallel. I can change my steering dynamics just by putting it in a different spot of the camera. At the middle here, you can see there's a little tiny bit of toe in. There's quite a bit of camber. And so I got to figure out, I got to do like exact measurements with the calipers on the parts of the wheel and get them to be kind of in the right place. Because right now in CAD, it doesn't, like, the wheels don't quite fit properly. It's very frustrating. Let's move out a little bit. Use spheres for wheels in CAD. Well, then how do I figure out the center point? That's crazy. No, it's not that easy. It's not that easy to measure. I mean, for the front wheels, a sphere might make sense. But no, it doesn't, because it doesn't quite do a spherical. It does a different kind of, it does like the McPherson kind of, not McPherson, that's not McPherson. But it does kind of like a steering angle thing where the other wheel gets a little bit more toe. So what I really need to do is, if I was going to do motion modeling, I would make the spindle, and then the spindle point would be where it pivots, which I can do in Fusion. I just need to learn how to do it. It's not very intuitive. But no, the problem that I'm running into is, like, look here. See, that fits. The body is at a weird angle. And so if I were to make the body parallel to the edge of the car, that gives me plenty of room inside of the wheel well, and it fits. But in CAD, it doesn't. In CAD, it's in a weird spot. And so I don't know what the hell's going on. And I think it's just a factor of all the things that I'm not considering. I may do it iteratively and just do body mounts at a height in CAD and then measure them against this thing and then adjust them from there. That may be the way that I have to do it. Yeah, modeling it as sphere is probably harder to accomplish than just modeling the spindle, because you know what? The SZ2 and other atomic RC cars have all of the key like indicators that they used something like, and probably used, Fusion 360. Because of all the drawings that they have seem to be created by the drawing engine, and the methods of chamfering and stuff seem to follow the rules that Fusion 360 follows when you chamfer and fillet things. My big hurdle though with that is that I tried to get a good 3D model of this RC car, but I have to contest with parts like that yellow thing right there. That yellow piece of aluminum has so many different chamfers and contours to follow that it is a beast to try to reverse engineer. I've had a lot of trouble with it. I mean, look, there's like a cut in right there, and there's just chamfers and fillets on top of chamfers and fillets, and it's very hard to figure out how to do that. When I do that though, and when I get my CNC built, I will be able to make aluminum parts like that. But this is like crazy town. It's so hard to model. It's hard to get it right. And then all your little errors start compounding upon one another and everything gets really complicated. So I've been working on getting an atomic 3D model in the background because it's a pain in the butt. That could be a project that we move into like pure CAD LAM. Slam the body, then it's just self-clearancing. If I slammed the body, the wheels wouldn't fit in the wells. This is a low poly model of a real car. So all the dynamics are different. The wheel spacing was a little bit wider than for the 124th RC. Still, I want to get, you know, if I do the opaque body, I'm debating on whether or not I want to cut out the, you can't even see it. God, you can't see it with this color of filament, sorry, goop, this color of this translucent, sort of a little bit white gloop. I could put a dye in the gloop and make it a particular, you know, still clear color, but the inner triangles are coming in as lumps. So I might as well just embrace the lumps and do an opaque print. But if I do that, then how do I get glass to look cool? How do I get headlights to light up? So I could core out circles for the headlights. I could probably remove all this glass and make a snap-in piece. And it would just be for the front glass. I don't think the rear window does anything in the... Actually, let's take a look. Let's see what it's like in the real thing. This would be a Lancia. Monte Carlo. Probably a Scorpion or something, but Google likes to just ignore what you searched for. The actual fucking Monte Carlo. Like, show me the real car. Yeah, they covered over this entire thing on the Monte Carlo. It doesn't have this like shelf. That's not even a, well, whatever. This isn't even the right car. Monte Carlo Scorpion. There's one in here somewhere when I did this search. Maybe just look up Monte Carlo. I'll come up with the right thing. I don't know a ton about this kind of car, let's be honest. It was a model that I found. The important bit of it is finding the one with that big spoiler in the back. Aerodynamics actually do matter with these models when you go a certain speed. I found going super duper fast. It's raining a lot today, so there's no chance that... Here we go. This is a model from a game, but it's at least the right doodads. Okay, so it is glass. Never mind. Cool. All right, so it is. Although my rear is much different on this is like done up for a specific thing, but yeah, it's mostly the cues are there. So I could core out all this stuff and make a snap-in piece by putting a couple supports across it. And then I would have, I could put a little black dye into the goop, and then that would give me a smoked windshield, and it would look like this, because I would be using the same model, so the interiors would be a little bit rubbly, but I could put like a cabin light inside there, or and this is sort of the reason why I'd want to do the glass, is so that I could look in and see the LEDs that are on the electronics to see if anything was going down or if I'd enabled the gyroscope or not. But that looks like it fits. I mean, the fronts are a little bit off. And I guess I could either move the wheel well or I could scale the whole thing in one axis just a little bit. the headlights would look almost round. They'd be a little bit oval. Oh no, if I did this axis, then the headlights would retain it. The angles would be a little bit more extreme, but just slightly, I think, to not noticing. I had to go in and do wireframe work with Blender, like on the mirrors. The mirrors were like cursed. All of the triangles were fighting each other, and so I had to kind of redo the mirrors and bolster them so that they could print at 1/24th scale. But they printed. The whole print is still a little soft. It hasn't gotten a ton of UV. It went under a grow light for a while. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to still work on it. It's just my 3D model is very cursed, and I don't know why it's so cursed. I don't know why it's so cursed. Things should just work on it. It's the compounding of, I think, tiny little offsets that are just killing me. It looks really good. You just have to see it. You have to see it without light getting behind this part. You have to just see the outside contours because they're low poly. They're low poly in a way that the Cybertruck is not. There's enough polygons that it displays the shape in kind of a striking manner instead of being low poly in a way that makes it into a horrible 1990s 3D game called Spectre. Flatulent Gunnet had some 3D cars. He sent me his Satsuma model, and he has a Volvo, I believe, that he sent me as well. And I don't know where it is. I got to find it in my folders. I could possibly use, because I would love to use the Satsuma model in order to make a breakaway My Summer Car RC car. But this thing is like a hardware core all-wheel drive thing. So if I do the Satsuma, maybe I could do a whole RC car. Like I could do the rear diff and the front steering all in plastic. It would explode as soon as it hit something, but I'd want it to, like, you know, like a Nokia phone. I'd want it to like have breakaway stuff in order to absorb impact. That would be very cool. I'd have a lot of fun with that. So that's what I've been working on. It's been a lot of work, and it's been a lot of learning of Blender and Fusion. You know, where Fusion does not excel, Blender does, and where Blender might have a function buried somewhere, Fusion has just like a working, you know, function where I can like surround an area that kind of came in weird and have it redo a couple polygons. I think that's more the style. But yeah, it would be pretty fun to identify all like the taillights and stuff, because you can assign, I got a 10 channel radio in there, and you can assign a servo to be all the way on or all the way off, and you can set that servo, you can just make it an LED. You could solder in an LED and it will function. And if you do anywhere in the interim, the PWM is such that you have like a duty cycle for the LED, and so it'll fade the LED out. So I could do headlights and taillights and brights all on a couple buttons on the radio. That Fly Sky radio that doesn't seem like it does a whole lot can do all that. It'd be pretty cool. I'd be excited about that. Then truly I would excel Wheelie Yellow's content. No, I can't match Wheelie Yellow's content. Those are such energetic edits. They're so good. But yes, I don't know, something's going on with the way everything is, and it's like because the wheels are all off by a little bit and like moved just a tiny bit off of square, and then the body, when this thing sits on the ground, sits at a little tiny bit of an angle, so certain measurements are off and certain things are weird. The one I don't get is that when I measure from tire to tire, I get a certain measurement, and that makes it not quite fit in the wheel wells. Whereas in CAD, when I have them all squared up, all bricked up, it doesn't fit. And yet when I've got them all angled, it's like, it's fine. This is fine. This is falling in the center of the wheel well. So maybe if I scale X a little bit, which I could do in Fusion, because Fusion lets me put a number to it. Whereas in Blender, it's very hard for me to find how to do stuff by numbers. I think I can do stuff by numbers, but it's just a little bit weird. I know the AutoCAD method. The reason I'm having this argument with myself, chat, the reason I'm talking about this, those of you that have like come in while I'm talking about it, I'm losing my Fusion subscription status. I am no longer educational, and since I've dropped out of education, I can't verify that I am an educator anymore because they require documentation. They keep emailing me, you only have 14 days left to verify your status. And I'm like, oh man. So if I drop down to the free version, I can relate to everybody else using Fusion, and I'll know all of the little foibles of using the free version, which is where a lot of people will have their starting point, and they'll be like, well, Bother did it this way by creating 5,000 components, and that's just because my license allows for that. So I'll be able to finally realize what you guys have been struggling with. Or, and this is the tempting thing, I go for a creator's version of the software, which would require me to, first of all, you know, rub uglies with Fusion itself and actually become indentured to them in a way that requires me to upload 1 video per month. And so we can have the Oh Bother court-appointed Fusion 360 video of the month, number whatever, series, which would be funny. I need to keep my license for this software, so here's 1 video a month where I just do Fusion the whole time. Today we are going to be making a bolt, like that kind of thing. I think that would be funny. It'd be maybe I could do like a playlist on the main channel. Oh, we have to get I didn't start YouTube, so all the stuff that I just talked about is now secret from YouTube. Let me open up my YouTube page and get that chat going. I'm sure Malzum's... Well, no, I only just started. I only just hit the button. Sunlu filament. I've heard of Sunlu, but I don't know anything about Sunlu. How long has this stream been going on? Does it say? Oh, darn it. The whole thing's on YouTube. I hit the button. I just didn't open chat. Pop out chat. Mute myself. Is there an echo in here? Close that. So yeah, that's the debate is do I want to do the creators program? And I think I do want to do the creators program. I think that would be fun. I think that would be something that would be kind of fun to get forced to do. And then later on I'll regret it, but I can always drop down to free after that. But one thing that I do need to do is get ready for the license changing, and I'm not ready to do that. I'm debating between Fusion 360 and SolidWorks. I went with Fusion 360. I don't know if it's unique to Fusion 360 that you can do Eagle designs, because I always used Eagle, and then they did Fusion Eagle, and so now I can put all of my stuff in and use all kinds of cool 3D models. It still needs some work. AutoCAD needs to pull in an outside consultant and work on their workflows for both of those programs, because the SolidWorks workflow is a very simple thing up front, whereas Fusion, it is a simple workflow, but getting all of those 3D models into your designs is an absolute chore. They need to fix it a little bit. I've kind of learned what I'm supposed to be doing in order to do it, and it's not bad, but there's certain ways that you can fail at that just break everything. There are codependencies between files that happen, and it needs to be kind of divorced of that a little bit. All kinds of foibles like that, but Fusion Eagle is pretty powerful for the stuff we do here. We take a little doodad, we find a 3D model of it, we extrude some solids around it, and then we glue it to our project. That's been a wonderful thing. I can go from napkin to fully realized thing in a fairly easy time. There's a certain number of curse words. You can use SolidWorks for PCB for Eagle files. Why is there SolidWorks and Fusion and Inventor? Why are these products separate? It's kind of silly. They're all kind of the same thing. Like, what does Fusion do? Yeah, I haven't started working on anything. When it's somebody always have to fucking ask. Always, no matter what. You've been here before, you should know. Rainy day circuit stringing. The module tester build continues. I'm talking about AutoCAD and RC cars. It's nothing to do with our project. I am annoyed at how difficult it is to move vectors in Fusion 360. The mesh elements of Fusion 360 make it very difficult to click on a mesh vector and move it around. That, or I haven't figured out how to do it yet. It might be me still. I also, probably, to be honest, I should convert this to quads. This should probably be in quads, because I've noticed a lot of the surfaces are squares with a line slashed down it. in order to make them into triangles, because I think this whole thing is in quads. 5 kilograms of Sunloop PLA Plus 2.0. That should be fun. That should be fun. I thought 3D prints worked with cries only. Yeah, you can export it to quads. It's just when working on stuff, if I were to move an element of this or like try to flare out a fender, I don't know what the tries would do to that. I don't know what the advantage to quads is. It just seems to be, to me, like it was designed in quads. Even though a lot of the low poly stuff makes it kind of tri-friendly. It's hard to see. I'm sorry. It's hard to see. That inner surface is so rough and weird that it makes the outer surface look rough and weird. If I were able to make this opaque, you would be able to see all of the cool contours that make up the Lancia Monte Carlo. See like that there. The Ferrari-looking rear. And then this element here got so thin that it ends up chunking off. And I couldn't figure out how to expand it, how to add vectors in Blender in order to expand that out a little bit and give it some thickness. Designing in quads can give you proper edge loops that are easier to modify. But you need good topology, I see. This looks like it was, I mean, just from the look of it, it looked like the lines kind of go up and contour around in the way the quads do. They kind of grid out the thing. And so that would help me, you know, flare out a fender or, you know, do weird edits to this. I should make the X a little bit more narrow though, because I think that's the best way to get it to fit in on the RC. I squared up, I just broke off the mirror. Oh well. The mirrors are especially flimsy because they're very small elements to this. You can see, like, it almost fits. It almost fits. If I narrow it just a little bit, like maybe 1/10% or 1/10%. Well, if I move it to quads, I would do that in Fusion because I think Fusion has more tools for quads. It's possible that Blender would be totally fine with quads too, but what I'm trying to do is just hang this body on it. And I can get this in Fusion, and I've got a couple disparate elements of this thing in Fusion in order for me to like get the measurements in. But because of the toe in and the camber, it makes it very difficult to position the wheels on the body. And I think the body also has a little bit of a lean forward going on, or no, a lean back going on. It's very difficult for me to get all these little measurements that bite me in the end. See, like that's kind of where it sits. And it looks like it's kind of centered. This part didn't print so well because of some triangle nonsense. I do like how the inner surface is actually reflecting the light. That's kind of cool, but at the same time, the shape of this is so much cooler looking on the outside. So I'll load up the gray and I'll do a gray print of this thing because this is hideous as it is right now. The light just doesn't do it any favors. So you can kind of see the angles are there. It'll look pretty cool when I print it in the right stuff. I mean, if I did like a really, well, I think in the future, if I do take the outer mesh of a car and try to make it into an RC car body, I think what I need to do is take one of the outer meshes, bring it into another file, lower the polygon count and smooth it over using some of the tools, and then move that in as the inner surface. You know, shrink it by like 1 millimeter. And then it'll be a proper inner dimension. Or I could go in and manually create just like a basic outline of where all the stuff needs to be. But that might be a little bit more difficult. And there are tools to do it, and I used Fusion's tool to do it, and Fusion's tool to do it made all of these little inner polygons that really don't print that well. They really don't print all that well. This is a triangle error over here too that I fixed. It'll look pretty cool when I get it hung like this. And then I can start thinking about whether or not I want to do funny little lighting things to it. Like have an interior light or have brights and regular running lights with like a 3-watt LED. Mesh modifiers usually have a shell modifier. Does Blender have one? I think it does, and I just need to figure out how to use it. For the RC car stuff, Blender is probably the better one, but Fusion is good for making the solids that connect the body to the rest of the car. I'm going to be doing magnets on this thing in order to hold it together. So I don't know if I need triangular pins and magnets, or if I could just... Because I've got a bunch of magnets in a bin. They're in a literal tin. And it's like, this scale fits really well like this, but I don't know if it'll work for the future. I barely touched Blender. It's okay. I can always ask Gonad. He knows a thing or two about a thing or two. But yeah, this would be, I'd suspend this up just a little bit, and then it would be a real car. It would be a real boy. That'd be super cool. And then I can go outside and race it around like a giant man baby. Blender has thicken. Can it do that from only like an outer shell? What I did in Fusion was I actually took this and I filled over the wheel wells, and then I took a cut of the floor, because I filled over the wheel wells and I built out all the bottom vectors, and then I put a floor on it, and then I took a side view and I extruded a cut through the side of the whole thing. That's not what I did. Wait a minute, hold on, I'm not done yet. What I did is I filled over the wheel wells, and I traced them in a sketch on the plane here. Then I filled all of this stuff up with a piece that sticks out. Then I used the coring thing and I cored it out this way. Then I took that side view and I extruded it through in order to cut wheel wells. So wheel wells and the bottom piece. So these all have a flat cut on the bottom. All this stuff all has a flat cut. And then I've got the cored out 1 millimeter thick body on the rest of it. There we go. That's how I did it. I think there's probably a better workflow, and there's probably one that people have worked out already. But because when Fusion did the coring, it did it with a lot of triangles, and that lot of triangles creates all of these weird sort of polygonal things going on. Looks cool, but it's not quite something that I wanted out of this. It works by extruding evenly as a can in a direction. It's also non-permanent, but you can work with it on or off. Yeah, the thing is, like, does it... It may close, but it may be making weird blocks out of some stuff. If you're extruding off of the polygons on the outside, they're all gonna, like, do that and, like, collide with one another. I don't know if they'll simplify themselves. Maybe they will. Yeah, I think that's what Fusion is doing too. It's following the normals, but then it creates its own sort of wrap of that. You have to fight with it a whole bunch. Yeah, I think if you do that extrusion and then you do a wrap on it, I think a wrap would get that to work properly. The problem is, are you going to lose fidelity of the outside here if you do a wrap? What's the ultimate goal of this build? Which build? The one that we're talking about, the RC car? What is the goal of the RC car? I don't have one. It's just for fun. Just to make a cool car. All I want to do, chat, is make cool cars all the time with every fiber of my being. Gotta go fast and look dope. Hell yeah. And there's nothing more dope than the front end of a Lancia Monte Carlo. You cannot beat it. Automotively, you guys can't see it, but you can't beat that front end. That front end is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Should I try to hit it with some spray paint? No, that's gonna make that'll make my whole area smell like spray paint if I do that. I've tried this paint stuff on channel before, on stream, and it just makes horrible smell. I could get the airbrush out and hook it up and do a little dilution of some of the pearlescent green spray paint that I bought for the RC car project, but I'll do that some other time. I'm gonna do a gray print of the thing, and then you'll be able to see all the stuff. Cool shit for the sake of cool shit. Well, I mean, cool shit in order to wow people so that they follow my channel. That's a lot of the goals of some of these things. Currently, we're working on a modular synthesizer testing module, And that's the goal of this one, is so I can actually produce modules. I have had another M303 has hit the channel. There's another M303 on its way here, and that one has been plugged in wrong, just like the documentation that we have. So we can do the stock fix and figure out whether or not it works, hopefully using elements of this. I don't know how long this is going to take. BTS was the wow factor. Fucking forget about BTS. Worrying about BTS is my job. Sick of hearing about it, man. I'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah, I've been doing modular synthesizer stuff at the behest of my good friends who produce music, and they have their own modular setups, and so they keep plugging their shit in wrong and blowing it up. The M303 is a champion of that because it has an unlabeled, unmarked, unkeyed, unblocked 0.1-inch header. And then they give you a flat cable, an IDC cable, that is able to be plugged in any position. It doesn't have the blocking elements of your typical IDC cable. Love the tiny rails. They're called MakerBeam, and I'm not sponsored by MakerBeam. I just happen to have a big bin full of it. MakerBeam is cool. You can put together all kinds of little setups like this with it. I do wish I didn't have the, I wish I had normal corner cubes on it. These look a little awkward. The whole thing is a little awkward, but I mean, you know, whatever. We just need a place to hang all of our stuff so that I can put together this module testing module. Searching it now. It's a little expensive. There's also OpenBeam. It's only audio. How could it blow anything up? Yeah, they standardized everything, so there's no way that you can possibly blow stuff up. No, the number of modules that I've seen that have been plugged in backwards is just absolutely criminal, and I really wish they had used a different connector for everything, or like a JST or something that's much harder to plug in backwards, but they didn't. They used an IDC cable, and if you are a gorilla, you can plug an IDC cable in backwards. You can't plug it in off of home row because it has to bend the pins in order to plug it. I mean, I guess you can, but it has to bend pins in order to plug it off of home. But the particular cable that Acid Labs included with the M303 can. At least put blocking diodes in the power. This is a basic thing. It's 2 Schottky diodes. And you're not even you got 12 volts coming in. You're dropping it like 0.01, I think it is, 0.1 of a volt in order to run Schottky diodes that'll keep your idiot users from blowing up your stupid design. God, it just bugs me so much. I could have installed all of that in Dave's M303. I could have put a keyed header, and I could put 2 Schottky diodes in the pads. How do you tell which end is which? On the M303, you don't. You don't. You have to look up how to plug it in, and there are pictures online. Ideal diodes? You don't need ideal diodes. You can just put Schottkys in there. So, yeah, anyway, so that's the goal. Today we're going to work on this a little bit because I didn't work on it over the break. I had way too many days over the break, and I spent them pretty much just trying to wipe my brain of all the stuff that we've been doing. I've done a little bit of CAD work and printing work with the RC car. This is a 4-hour print, and I bought opaque goop to use in the printer. So I'm going to do a little edit of this, maybe narrow it by a little bit, and then do another print, and you'll be able to actually see this thing. I would like to start playing with standoffs that will mount these 2 elements together. I put it all into CAD just today, and it doesn't quite line up, and I don't know why. I think it's because the wheels aren't exactly square. I think I need to tilt the wheels and simulate the toe in and stuff, because what I get on the calipers doesn't match with what I see IRL. So I could always make, and I'll print in PETG for this stuff and for the thing that holds the rear. I'm going to do magnets to hold it in. So it'll probably be magnets and like a little triangle or something that'll center it. And just go plonk. What are we listening to now? It's actually kind of cool. Oh, it just went to whatever it wanted to. It went to Fat Finger Chapter 11. Fat Finger Live at something or other. All right, I'll listen to that for a minute. Does that mean we went through an entire... How long has it been? 55 minutes? What the heck? Yeah, we should get to soldering. We should get to soldering. So yeah, let's get the music out of here. Sounds like a good mix, but we won't give it too much time. Back the funk, back the funk. The YouTubers cannot hear the music, but in Twitch I do have music going during the intro, just to be kind of something to fill up the background a little bit. Let's get start soon out of here. Hi, I'm back, and I'm missing a lot of hair. I don't know where it went. Honestly, I just lost it. No, I went to a barber and I got barbered, so now I'm Berber. So now I have shorter hair. Part of me kind of turning things around next is to start contacting people about my Fusion 360 subscription, because I can no longer lie my way into having a educational copy. They finally require you to have a little bit of documentation of being in education, and I don't really want to do the $30 course thing. I got an email recently, probably due to my cheaty weaseliness. I got an email that they have kind of a creator program, and I wasn't able to verify that anywhere online. I had to do a lot of vetting out in order to make sure like I wasn't getting scammed. But apparently they have some type of creator license, and that would mean that I could do one video a month about Fusion 360. So I may have the oh bother court-ordered Fusion 360 stream. That may be a series that we do. And I don't know if I have to publish that to YouTube or if I can just simply have the live stream up on YouTube. Because that's what we're doing right now. What we're doing right now is I've got live stream on YouTube, these streams, there's no title. Well, there's a title. There's no title card. There's no chapter elements to it. It just goes onto YouTube. And it stays there, unlike on Twitch where it goes after 14 days. Actually, 30 days for me, sorry, because of partner. My partner anniversary is December 19th. No, 14th. December 14th. 12/14/19. This is 2019. I don't know. I think I could do a fun series about that. If I have to publish a video, then I could do like 5 of them and publish them, and then 6 months later I can set a reminder. It means I have to be a little bit organized, but I'm trying to organize other elements of my life as well. So yeah, Twitch really needs room. There's a lot of boobalage to store on the Twitch servers that's being generated every day. So I understand why they need to delete my streams after 30 days. But anyway, so yeah, that may become a thing if I can get myself together and actually, you know, tame the ADHD for just a little bit. Yeah, you know, get in line, ADHD. Let's get some stuff done. In the meantime, work still continues on various man-baby stuff that I'm always working on. So I've been doing a little bit of Fusion and Blender, and I've been talking with Chad about that during the intro, working on the RC car stuff. Eventually, I don't know, it would be fun to get a video of this thing racing around because it's so stupid fast. And I could maybe try to maybe emulate a little bit of the Wheelie Yellow camera work because it's so awesome. If you guys haven't checked them out, Wheelie Yellow is a Northern England YouTuber that does like 1/6 scale RC car stuff, and it's got some really amazing camera work in there. Could you fit it with an ESP32 cam model? It would probably be different versions of the body. There would be a different version of the body that would have like a whole camera in the back. I can't afford to buy a bunch of like action cams. I know there are cheap action cams, and I've got a couple. I've got them. I'll have to find them again. And I do have an FPV camera as well. So I don't know what I could cook up. It would probably look like it was filmed with a camcorder, which is apparently the style now. I took apart that somebody sent me a camcorder, and I still regret taking it apart. Because it was fascinating, right? It had like an LCD before LCDs. It was a really cool piece of technology. It also was the one that unfortunately could film people in bathing suits and see through their clothing. Because it was infrared and it didn't have any good film. It was terrible. But it was a camcorder, and the video coming out of it looked like a camcorder. It was really cool. And I could have kept that and used that to record some stuff. That would have been neat. But bygones being bygones. A VCR one? Yeah, it was one of the ones that took a whole tape in the side and had all the complicated ejection mechanism. My throat is dry. Hold on. So yeah, I've been working on this over the weekend just so I don't go insane. Just because we've been doing so much work on other stuff, and I was taking care of the dog, and I was cleaning the house and all this other crap. You have one of those. They're valuable. They're valuable in a sense of filming stuff. Because you could film videos and they look like all of those stupid VCR effects that you can put on your videos, except that it's natural. So you can tell when it's kind of natural and not generated. What is all this crap sitting in front of me? Well, this is a result of the other man-baby stuff that we do around here. This is, in fact, a modular synthesizer module tester. And we've been working on this for too long, and it's incorporating too much stuff, but it is coming along. We're making little bits of progress on this circuit. The hardware, the scheme for the hardware, we've tested out, and we've gotten it mostly working. It is the implementation of the hardware that we're working on right now. The goal of this thing is to have 6 universal channels, 2 of which can be monitored, and a display that's able to show us all the stuff that's going on. And then we also have beep, boop, bop. We have 6 buttons, and we have an encoder with a button on it. So what this is going to do is create gates, control voltages, volt per octave, and whatever else, all the signals that something like this would require. The reason that I'm doing this is because I kept trying to fix this M303, and I think I broke it a little bit more than it was originally. I keep trying to fix this M303. We have the potential in us to have the full schematic of the M303 and to get it all up and functioning and running again. And I keep handing it back to Dave, and Dave keeps giving it back to me broken. He says, no, it doesn't work. So I want to be able to definitively say, yes, I fixed the whole thing, or be able to poke around in the M303 and tell what's wrong. So we're keeping this mostly open frame so that I can have wires and cables and shit coming out of it, and I can potentially poke into the back and test it. But I want it to have its own independent power supply because I don't want to have to keep plugging it into my setup and potentially plugging it in wrong. So what we worked on last time was the whole power supply. Now we have 15 volts coming in either through USB 3 or through a barrel jack, both of those which I have power sources for. We've plugged this thing in and we've gotten 15 volts out of it from my oscilloscope power supply. So that's pretty cool. So we have 15 volts coming in. Then we have these are from Pololu, POLOLU.com. They are in Vegas apparently, but they're like a robotics place, and they got a lot of really cool stuff. They have some really brutally powerful power supplies. They're very efficient. They get hot. So we have a 12-volt power supply. We have a 5-volt power supply. Both of these can do amps of power. And then we have a negative 12-volt power supply from eBay that can do maybe an amp. All of that feeds into current monitoring circuits, and it took me a little while to settle upon current monitors that worked because high side and low side is annoying. Either way, we have 12 volts and 12 volts and 5 volts, and we know how much current they're drawing. That was an important feature that the power supply has, being able to see that current draw, because when something goes wrong with a circuit, it can often take the form of a short or an open circuit. And so we can see when it's not using the power, and we can see when it's using the power. It was a very difficult thing to figure out. Didn't realize you could fit Eurorack modules on those extrusions. The keep out area at the top of a Eurorack is 10 millimeters. So if you have them positioned correctly, you can have Eurorack with MakerBeam. Pretty cool. I maybe Open Rail too, but I use MakerBeam. I just have a lot of it. So yeah, so far so good. Everything's coming up Millhouse. We've got everything plugged into it. We were able to achieve 6 channels using I2S, and these were modules that I already had on hand. I actually already had this stuff. I was going to do some FPGA stuff with the tiny FPGA. I never got around to it, like most things in the shop, right? All these half-started projects, these half-assed, half-started projects. So we were able to put on the solderless breadboard, we were able to put 6 channels of I2S. I have up to 8. You can actually do 8 with the TNC 4.0. And then 2 channels of observation. I could use a DAC, a digital to analog converter, like a whole DAC chip to do 8 channels of I/O. And while that's tempting, I2S are just DACs. It's similar. I2S is similar, but I didn't want to buy like a circuit, buy another breakout board and get that tested. Instead, we're using the I2S system in the Teensy. There's a whole audio workshop thing that you can do in the Teensy on Paul Stoffrigan's website. He's got this just very simplistic, you drag wires into modules and you can make your audio system. So we did that, and we got 6 channels output. These can do DC, they can do pulses, and they can do waveforms. So they can do just straight up audio if we're testing like a filter. So that's great. These will suit our purposes just fine. They need to be amplified a little bit in order to work with, hold on, I got a sesame seed in my tooth. In order to work with the audio levels of Eurorack, they need to be boosted a little bit. So I'm gonna have a board that has op amps on it. And because I only have 2 channels of observation, I can assign them to any one of these. So we put our audio into muxes. And that way I can drop in on any channel. That means that I can also put voltage references into the muxes and tune everything. So we've got a way to tune the input and the output to particular voltage levels. That turns this into a much more accurate piece of equipment. We're not exactly a multimeter that can do 20 digits, but we can at least tune stuff to the C note, which, by the way, there is a way that we can measure the note coming in using Paul Stoffrigan's tools. So it's like, that's great. That solves a lot of problems for me. So getting all this I/O together, we have a plan. I haven't implemented everything at once, and that's what we're going to kind of get into. And then I need to design UI elements on this thing. It's a lot. It's a lot of project. And, you know, I always say a project should scare you a little bit, right? Any project worth doing should push the limits of what you're capable of doing, and you should fear it in the slightest. But this one's making me tired. This one's making me very tired. This is a lot of work to go through. I will dedicate a little bit of work offline to wiring it up and everything, but it's a rainy day today, so we could just hang out and do this. Yeah, we can just hang out and do this a little bit and see if we can get somewhere with this circuit. Where do you get the mini bars of frame? I got it from Amazon, and it was like $100 for the kit. And the kit has a lot of stuff. I had to order a lot of supplementary stuff. You can also probably get it on their website. They don't sponsor me. I do kind of wish they would. It's raining pineapples. What does that even mean? Was it get your pizza? Get your pizzas out, everybody. It's raining pineapples. Yeah, you can get. I got them on Amazon because I practically live on top of an Amazon warehouse. You can also get it from their website. It's called MakerBeam. There's also an open source version that's a lot cheaper. There's also like a slightly larger version. I think it's 15 by 15. So you can find them wherever. You can do whatever you want to do these extrusion rails. I got MakerBeam. It's what's originally making Burn the Subs, which is our typical kind of mainstay around here that I haven't been able to get to in years. We've worked on it a little bit and sort of gotten it close to fruition. It's a board on my wall that's going to use a blue laser in order to write the name of subscribers onto itself. I've had 2 other versions of this board. This one has been too long in the making just because of the pandemic and all kinds of other bullshit that's happened. So later on, when we get a little bit of progress done on this stuff that we're working on, I would like to change gears again and move this table out, sit down, and do some of the board wiring that needs to be done. We need to make a whole wiring harness inside of this thing, and then we need to get the wiring done on this, and then it becomes a little bit more of a software project. Like most things, I've kicked that software can down the road far enough that when we catch up to it, I'm going to be kind of annoyed. Nice bench, thanks. It was meant to be for brewing. It's actually covered in, what is that stuff called? Not tung oil. It might be tung oil. It's covered in just a really nice water locks, it's called. And then there's actually a drain that runs the length of the table. The caulk on the drain needs to be redone. It's really bad. But it's really nice stuff. And so I put it together with 2020 rail and then a butcher block back when those were pretty cheap. You could get them off of like industrial websites for pretty cheap for a little while. And like Lowe's had a sale on one. So I'm actually going to make my gaming desk out of this stuff too. And I'll put a 19-inch rack at least on one of the legs, maybe on both. And then we can kind of build the wheel, my force feedback wheel that uses real car parts, kind of build that into the desk a little bit. The shop is literally everything I own, and I'm not a young person anymore. I have been informed that I'm not young, especially on the internet. On the internet, I am a sentient pile of dust. I know a lot of y'all are older than me out there, and that's fine. It's just, for some reason, everybody, like all my friends went through this phase of talking about how old they are. And now it's actually kind of starting to show in that I'm starting to accumulate tools like an estate sale. Like the estate sales that I go to, I have this accumulation of tools. So maybe my adamance in not being an old man is starting to show. I mean, for those of you that are new here, I've also been working on a CNC project. And to be fair, I probably should have just CNC'd this thing, but we're working on a separate device as a CNC because I have this stuff left over from improvements that I was going to make to burn the subs. And these were also going to go towards making robotic arms with burn the subs, but that's down the line. We'll figure that. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. This is a reducer, a planetary reducer, a hobby outrunner motor that's typically used in like those skateboards. And a lot of these robotics projects use these things, and it's got an encoder on it to make it into a servo. So what I'm hoping to do is build the CNC and be able to have these work as extremely accurate, very fast servo motors that allow me to do accurate movement with the CNC. I'm not sure if I'm overdoing it with the reduction. This might be enough. But if I do end up doing robot arm and I break down the CNC for it, I can use this as a robot arm movement helper because it adds a lot of torque to that motor. I still have to do testing with this. But those are the things we've been working on. There's a lot of projects around here and not a lot of me. Yeah, that's what we do here. We make weird stuff. That's what the reducer is for. Yeah, the problem is I have a debate actually right now with that because that motor is very long. It's still smaller than an equivalent AC standard size servo, but there's a variety of stuff that I could do with that. The mechanical equivalent of a transformer. There's a lot of stuff that I could do with that, and if I do put it on like its own CNC, I would probably need a belt in order to make it go 90 degrees. And the belt would add a level of backlash that I don't think I really want. The alternative thing that I could do with it is put it on the mill. And that would require a little bit of redoing some of the stuff on the mill. I need a different lead screw on the x-axis, and then the Z would need a counterweight. But those would make it a really nice CNC mill. You can do a lot with servos. I know, I'm just thinking about it. I don't know. The other thing is, what can I do with a minimal amount of purchases? So, all right, let's get this thing apart. What I want to work on today is putting op amps on this board. And when we put op amps on this board, I can have these LEDs be status monitors for whatever's plugged in. Because if we look at the circuit that we planned, not look at cool sports cars, I want one of these. I'm never going to be able to find or get one. Because all the ones that have been preserved are perfect, and the ones that haven't been preserved are a pile of rust. So there's no hope for that. All I can do is make a cool little RC car body out of it. Anyway, so what we're looking at is the actual plan. I have a plan. Arthur. My brother's name is Arthur, so I constantly am going, Arthur! Okay, so we have a plan. We have our PCM 5100s. Those will go to their own op-amp circuit. It will then get an isolation mux, basically just a switch on it. You can always find a way to drive one. Listen, I don't have that much financial ability to do anything. I live in a basement. Yeah, until things pop off, and it is actually extremely encouraging to see all of these chatters on YouTube. It's actually very encouraging. I love you guys. I'm glad you guys are around. I hope one day that the YouTube channel actually pops off in a way. But until then, it's just me, right? You guys will know when things financially pop off around here, because all of a sudden I will talk about moving to a warehouse, and I'll put a bed in the corner of the warehouse. If I could live like Teardown, the game Teardown, that would be my ideal living situation. You can buy a Lancia Stratos kit car. The Stratos isn't my favorite, to be honest. It's a cool car. It is definitely up there in some of the cooler cars, but I'm not as much of a fan of the pointiness of it. I do think it's striking, it's unique, it's a very, very, very cool car. I do love it to death. It is a little cliche for rally car. I think the Monte Carlo with the flat front is one of my favorites. Cars the movie. Yeah, the one from Cars, the movie. Peugeot 205. I the Delta. No, not the Delta. What's the other one? I can't believe I forgot it. My brain farts when I try to come up with specific information and talking points. Yeah, the Delta. Okay, I'm talking about the Delta. I think the Delta is one of the cooler looking cars out there. I like my hot hatches, and if you like hot hatches and you like squares, I like my low poly, boxy looking cars. Like VWs are okay, but they get a little bit jelly beany. Whereas in the 90s, the Lancias, oh man, to import one of those and have it be the correct hand drive. Low poly in real life. Yeah, but when you get into like Cybertruck, it's too low poly. There's too few polygons. If Cybertruck had more polygons, it would look really nice. VW rabbits and foxes and yeah, when they were in their woodlands stage. the Corrado is also one of my favorites. I would have always loved to get a Corrado. And one thing that Lancia HF Delta Integral, is that that's the whole title for it? One thing that I would love to do, and I keep talking to people about this, it's not something that I can do now. I don't have the funds, but one of the rental car companies dropped their fleet of Teslas, Model S's. So you can get a Tesla Model S for like pennies on the dollar, right? You can get them for like $5,000 to $10,000. Get one of those, park it in the garage, get something crazy, like, you know, a clapped out Delta Integral, get a clapped out Delta, get a clapped out Corrado, something, right? And rebuild it from the ground up. But put the axles of the Tesla up in there. I think that would be awesome. Because then you'd have all-wheel drive, it would be electric, you would probably have a lot of places to stash batteries in a body like that, get the weight balance right, and then you can just hoon the hell out of it going on the grocery run. No airbags, you'd have just enough electronics to run everything. You know, a couple little creature comforts, maybe some padding so that you could smash your head up against the roll bar and you wouldn't die. Just the little things, you know, like that. I think that would be an amazing project. And it's something that I could do, but I don't have the garage for it. I don't have the money for it. I would find the money for it, but having the space for it and having you guys along for the journey, then I would be motivated to work on it. Because I was this close to doing a 944 LS1. I had the LS1 mechanically mounted into the 944. It was a motor out of a Chevy something or other SS, I forget. I had everything done but the electricals. The electricals were what I needed to do. I was going to do a speedometer in the right way. I had a hydraulic booster for the brakes from a Porsche. I had big wheels, big brakes, big tires to grip all of that power to the road. I probably would have blown up an axle because that's what they do. The axle is the weak link, apparently. And then what do you call it? The little electric things, getting the Chevy motor to run independently. I could buy my way out of it with a couple $1,000s, or I could have done it my way and messed all the wiring around and tried to upgrade this and that and the other thing. It just stagnated, unfortunately. Having like a chat come along the ride and you know, work on these projects with me is a big way that I keep things from sinking down below that ADHD floor of, well, I haven't worked on it in a while, maybe I'll work on it soon. And then it lingers there for a while. If I have you guys with me, I go, all right, we gotta do this. We gotta work on this. Well, I'm envisioning the car from Wacky Races. I don't even know which one you're talking about. I don't know a ton of Wacky Races. I didn't watch a ton of that. So we have a transistor on each of these, on each of the audio inputs to do gate signals, even though we could, well, no, I mean, I could sense gate signals here, but that wouldn't be right. So on all of the two channels get an analog so that we can read DC, and then every channel has a gate in case you want to have a trigger come in from that. I don't know how useful that feature is going to be, but it's going to be something that we have to do, and it means that there will be a lot more wires that are running from board to board. And then down here, we have our sensing circuit, and this is from Mutable Instruments. Emily Gillette, I believe it is, did a lot of work to refine these modular synthesizer to digital circuitry. So I've kind of taken those same circuits with the same like tunes on them. So we have dual direction LEDs, and one direction's red, the other's green. One will represent positive voltages, the other will represent negative voltages. And if we put a 680 ohm on the outset here, we can have the LED light up as per current going through. Mutable schematics are goated. People who know them know them. I like, and I've worked out why they work the way they do. I really like the input schematic because it's taking an analog reference input on an op amp that doesn't take any more voltage than what could blow up your circuits. So this will only go up to 3.3 volts. It cannot go above that. So you get clipping, but if you tune it correctly, it can't hurt your expensive microcontroller. It won't hurt you. Bidirectional feedback. What's going on is we're pumping an analog reference in here and weighting it. And what that does is that takes your plus minus 10 volt signal and it shifts it on the number line, but it shifts it down because this is an inverting amplifier. So it shifts it into the negatives, and we're now in the negative 20 volt range, but we're taking a third of that with our 100 to 33. So we're taking a third of that. And so that shifts everything, and then the inversion happens, and we get a 3.3 volt to 0 volt, depending on whether or not we are negative 10 or positive. Negative 10 comes in, 0 comes in as half of that voltage, negative 10 comes in as positive 3.3, and positive 10 comes in as ground. It's a very good circuit. And so I'm stealing it just straight up. It's now mine. I didn't come up with it originally, but got an old Studebaker truck. I always thought it would be fun to put a Tesla powertrain in it. The cost of batteries and my 100 other projects keep me from moving down that path. Yeah. My buddy saw out in the more rural areas of PA, he saw one of these old like 50s trucks that was dropped onto basically like this I-beam frame of like a 6-wheel off-road vehicle. It was one of the coolest projects I've ever seen because it looks like this rusty old truck with these big, awesome off-road wheels. And you're like, wait a minute, that looks nice. What's it doing on there? It looks all old-timey, but then it's this like super serious off-roading thing. So anyway, so here we have our input circuit, and that's the clever Mutable Instruments method of having an analog reference voltage in there. But I figured that while we have that negative 10 volt analog reference, I could also put in a positive 10 volt analog reference. And so we have plus and minus 10 volts, and we've got an 8-channel mux on a 6-channel device. So we can use those extra 2 channels, and we can mux them into the input here, and we can figure out, well, what does negative 10 volts look like? Oh, it looks like that? Well, then let's measure it against our inputs over here. We can make what we would assume is a positive 10 volt DC signal coming in here, and then we can observe it all the way over here on this side of our amplifier and tune that to 10 volts. So that's going to be able to make a very accurate device. So right now what I want to build is this part of the circuit, because this is probably a kind of an easy one. We're using a TL072, 3 TL072s, and we are hooking them up in unity gain on the feedback loop, on the integrating loop, I guess, with an LED. And so the LED will light up when, technically this is a clipping indicator, but in practice, this will light up depending on what power it sees on its input. This is where I'm learning new things. I've already gone well above all the heads of all the people watching. I hope there are some smart ones out there, but I'm not catering the show to smart people. I'm trying to show you guys dumb stuff stapled together makes smart thing. I've got these circuits are readily available online. You can find all the mutable stuff online, and all it takes is a little bit of analysis to figure out what's going on. And what I've done is I've taken a bunch of different disparate elements and I've stapled them all together and I've isolated them so they don't interfere with one another. And because I'm not actually sure what would happen here if we have an input coming in and hitting this voltage. I think it would influence this, and then the feedback loop on this circuit would be all messed up. So some weird stuff might happen. So what I've done is I've just decided to cut it off. If anyone in my EE workshop needs a channel to look at, I'm pointing them here. Oh God, that puts pressure on me to be professional. I'm not sure how professional I am. We'll be one of the elements of the stream that's missing right now. Not that's the 3D printer. One of the elements of the stream that's actually missing right now is the channel point driven fart box. I let chat tongue punch my fart box with channel points. We have a little box, and I put a dollar store fart noise maker in it, and we put an ESP8266 in there. And what I mean by cut it off is I can, these Maxim, like the 3333, they act like switches. So they fully disconnect and then connect to another pin. And if that pin is floating, it means that I have just completely disconnected this element. So I've put it on a switch, and I just hit the switch, and it's disconnected, right? So I can digitally connect and disconnect the outputs from the inputs, basically. The way you go about things, I would always rather make something for $10 and then pay $150 for it. You've definitely pushed me to look more into building something than buying it. That's good. It creates a lot of extra work, though. It creates a lot of work. You got to realize that time is money, so sometimes your time is more valuable, and it's better to just get like a silver bullet. In our case, you know, it's fun to work on these things, and I can teach you guys stuff, but I have more time than money. All right. Well, ain't that most of us these days? Shrimp mantis box. So the fart box is actually, it's a dollar store fart maker, and we made it latch on to the Twitch API. And so what I'm trying to do now with Burn the Subs, with all the other interactive stuff around here, because I do want to make more stuff that you guys can fool with and influence the real life, influence IRL. I'm trying to move that all to Node-RED, so that all the credentials are on Node-RED, and it's much easier for me to log into a thing and update the credentials. I don't have that ability right now. I disconnected the fart box, but that's something that's typically here, and users were able to spend channel points and then not digitally on some kind of a channel point engine that I could download probably for free. No. In real life, that device would go and you'd be able to hear it, but it might be a little faded if I'm on the other side of the shop. And so people would wait for just the right moment. Like when my butt's on screen, everybody would start triggering the fart points. It's a fearsome thing, though, if I reinstate it. Once I reinstate it, there will be nothing but farts for a month. All these people are building up channel points. I have a Furby. It's right over there. I need to do something with it. We'll figure that out one day. Yeah, I'm going to suffocate when the thing comes in and works. I was thinking of making the Furby do the farts, because then it could do this. It would go, and it would do a little dance as it does it. We may do that. We may make that happen. These are all future projects, but right now, in the pursuit of moving everything to Node-RED, I broke it all. Everything's broken. That's what happens. Why not? Because you should prepare yourself for the inevitability of the fact that if you are making a bunch of your stuff, it will eventually break and leave you with this whole house of cards that's collapsed and a whole lot of extra work. At least you'll know that they're broken. You don't just buy a new one. You get in there and fix it, but that creates a lot of side work for yours truly. So in trying to move it over to Node-RED, the MQTT server apparently doesn't function on the server, and I need to figure out how to make that work. And there's different strategies for it. I don't know which one I should do. I don't want to have to become an expert in IT administration in order to run my own goddamn shop, you know? All right, front face of the test box. We need to figure out what we're going to do in terms of hoisting our petard. We need to figure out what kind of I/O this thing is going to have. It's likely going to have a lot of pins running back to the main box. I learned so much from the stupid Furby, the sensors. I've never taken apart a Furby. Maybe we'll do that on Friday. Whenever you talk about it, there's a fartnado. Yeah. You can't talk about the fart box without people triggering the farts, because I'll move the camera over to it, and then you've got just... That's why, like, people, I listen to you at work. I'm like, please use headphones. Please, God, please use headphones. Please, just use headphones. Be reasonable. Yeah, I should figure out what makes the, always reinvent the wheel. Oh, God. I invented a wheel once. It was a lot of work. We reverse engineered a wireless wheel protocol and made our microcontroller fake being a wireless wheel in order so that I could push more buttons. And the other part is like, man, I really wish I had an API on that thing. What are you talking about? I have an ESP32 linked with Alexa, I didn't say her name, that runs a 0 to 10 volt PWM to analog converter that I use to dim a light. The light itself uses 0 to 10 volt signal for dimming, and I think it just crapped out on me. Oh, man. Yeah, stuff will do that. It happens around here, and it happened with the fart box, where things cascade fail, and you get failure of multiple different things at multiple different points, and it just grates on me. It grates. It's grating. Rows of buttons, rows of inputs, and an encoder. I would like to put the TL07-4s on this board. TL07-2s, rather. 3 TL07-2s. So let's get those out of the box and let's get those over here. I would appreciate if all of the stuff in this circuit, everything that I can manage to be in a socket, was in a socket, so that when things fail, if I accidentally blow something up, I can get another board and put headers on it and just solder it, you know, plug it back in order to work. The other strategy we could do is I could put the op amps for these underneath the circuits. Like this could go, it would free up an entire board. That would go there, and then I'd have the tuning pots in between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe I will do that, but I don't want to solder these in because they're a pain in the butt to get out if they blow up. I don't know if I have a socket, though. Let's take a look at some of my stuff. I don't think I have that type of socket. I'm not sure if Amazon changed the API so it no longer links if the device crapped out. Either way, I have to pull the light down and ceiling to fix it. That's why I wanted to have it like Node-RED, because then I could, on a whim, make voice command stuff. But I haven't figured it out fully yet. Back in the day, you had to sign up for like a... You had to have an account with the whatever the node was, and I didn't want to do that. Maybe one day we'll figure that out. But that sounds cool. That sounds like a fun project. Annoying to fix, but still a fun project. This thing will be live and die by trim pots. Lots and lots of trim pots. I'm looking for the through the bins right now. I just need to get the right bin. This one? Oh. Keep looking. Oh. There it is. Hopefully I have enough TL07-2s to do this. I would expect that Amazon's API is pretty well documented, right? Twitch's is not. All right, let's see. So TL07-2s. I have plenty of 4s. I could put 2 4s on the job. That just means we'd have excess op amps. The number in the amp is just the number of op amps in the chip. Oh, here's a stack of 4s. There are 2s in here, but I need 3. No, TL07-4 is 4 op amps in the chip. TL07-2 is 2 op amps, and we need 6. There's a TL07-2. This is a TL07-4. No, it's not. Yes, it is. TL07-4. So it's got double the pins. Well, shared power, so it's not double the pins. I'll look into Node-RED. I would much rather have as much as I can self-hosted than being outside. Yeah, I'm not sure to what end Node-RED is going to necessarily benefit you. I don't know. You might have good luck with it, maybe not. I don't know. Get the tweezers. I need tweezers. I need alternate. Hey, Brink, you were already here before. Where'd you go? These are the wrong tweezers. What the hell? Why do I have more than one tweezer? Where's my other tweezers? Oh, those tweezers, they're there. These are like a set of second hands for me. The thermal camera is very fun when soldering. That was a collaboration between one of my moderators and myself. Okay, there, we have enough. I have 3 of them. I'm running low on these TLO72s. I got plenty of surface mount ones, but we're trying to be through hole in this project. What's the status of that server stuff? The MQTT stuff, Brink. I'm very dumb. I keep forgetting. We're not in love anymore. I keep forgetting. Things will never be the same again. Okay, so I only have these. We can cut these. I've seen them cut before. I don't know when the stream was starting. I went to a meeting and came back. Oh, righteous. Do your work. Yeah, I started like minutes after you made that comment. You've been in a meeting for 11 years. Second week of October. There's only a little wait to go. A person says TLO72 plus TLO74. That's true. I could do that. A 2 and a 4. It's a little weird. It doesn't quite isolate things, but it's not like this needs to be super accurate. So I guess you have a point. It does mean that more varying parts are here. And if I blow something up, what's up, CDM? If I blow something up, well, that's not going to matter that much. These are pretty robust. But that means that I would have to go more places. I'm putting the circuit on this board. I could probably offload it to another board. One of the big mantras of this type of project that I keep saying, spread out. Do not make your circuit as compact as possible. If you're making a piece of equipment that's going to help you out with other stuff, you'll want to be able to go in there and edit it. What, they pushed your meeting back? What? All right, if I put this over there, I'm going to crush the RC car. I've been having a lot of dimension issues with the RC car project, getting it under a Lancia shell. It looks really cool right now. You can't really see the details of the low poly body, but it did print perfectly. I will be printing this, oh really, the end of October. God damn it. What happens when they release it? I know you've told me before, but it didn't sink in. I need repetition in order to remember things. I'm sorry. My non-plastic brain, having reached my 4th decade, I can start to be like, repeat that for the old man. I hate to do that, but yeah, there's always revisions. There's always little decisions that you change. But like, yeah, I don't know. So if I cut this thing here, I can sand that down if I need to get it a little bit more narrow. Actually, I can just do this. Just keep cutting it. Whatever. Cut that down so that it's a 4-pin, sorry, an 8-pin socket. After last week's BSOD, oh geez. Finally fixed my computer. Required opening up while it was on to see what went wrong. You should have seen the stream where I tried to put interactive lights into the stream computer while we were broadcasting. That was a disaster. It was hilarious. So if I play my cards right, I could potentially hook these up like this. They require 1 resistor, so there'd be 6 resistors on this. And they wouldn't take up a lot of room. I don't know what the circuit exactly would look like, but the buttons are like right in the way, and the buttons don't require a resistor. But if I drop one down right like that, then it's in between these two. You can't really get to the pins from the top side. That's the problem with these sockets. I really don't like these sockets. The only reason that I would use the sockets is to make it so that I can pop out the op amps and replace the chips. in the event that I blow one up, which is more likely than unlikely. They're certainly not the best way. You know what? I could also just use headers. I could just use, hold on, let me get my headers. I have a lot of extra headers. I have a lot of excess of these things, especially the female sockets. Yeah, you know what? That's going to be the way to go. That's what we'll do. We'll use headers. Use headers. We're using them for everything else anyway, so. Headers are a weird thing because you can spend a lot of money on them. And then once you do, you treat them like they're worth nothing. TrueNAS Electric Eel will switch its app system and backend from Kubernetes to Docker. Ah, this means custom app will be a cakewalk instead of the dark hell that is Helm charts. Oh, thank fuck. So I can get through Docker, I can do Node-RED, I can even do ferment track if it's going to be easy to spool up custom apps. Turns out the fan inside the cooling unit dragged 2 cables into the cooling unit, these cables being the ones that go to the motherboard's power plugs. Oh, that's tough. So they didn't do their wire management properly. Yeah. Yeah, revisions are very important because even in building this, I've gone through, like with the power supply, we revised things and I actually found that the circuit for sensing current, the common one, was the best one. I should have started with that. I found some weird white paper about a very specific chip that was no longer used, and so I had to buy a bunch of $7 chips in order to discover that they didn't work properly, that it didn't scale the line properly for the current usage. Using Docker's so much better news. That's such better news, because I think there are tutorials on getting an MQTT server running in Docker that are easy, and I can just look it up. Oh, that's so much better. So that's the end of October, I can do that? I look forward to it. People are very excited about this prospect. So here's the trick. If you're using sockets with your ICs, this is a dead art. This is one of those ancient dead arts that nobody knows how to do anymore because nobody teaches it because it's completely obsolete. But people like us, that movie, what movie was that again? It was a good movie about weird people in the Midwest. People like us will run into old electronics all the time. And you'll be using stuff that is nigh on completely obsolete. Nobody's doing through-hole stuff anymore in production, but we do it all the time because it allows us to prototype things. So without using up our things. I appreciate my surface mount stuff very much. I live and die by surface mount technology, but through-hole is still necessary to know how to work with. Now this chip is squared up to 0.1 inch spaced holes. 0.1 inch between the holes of the board. You can build a temporary permanent circuit on the 0.1 inch spaced holes. You can also solderlessly breadboard your circuits and have them connect without having to grab a soldering iron. Or you could become a clickhold. Wait, why is this even there? Okay. So yeah, you can put together your circuit on this stuff and it all works out wonderfully because your ICs, ow! Ow! Because your ICs are 0.1 inch spaced. When you get this thing in the mail, it'll either be in a sleeve or it'll be poked up against some conductive foam, or if you're following more modern trends, sometimes they just poke it into styrofoam, which I don't understand because styrofoam is the least static protection thing you could possibly poke this into. But anyway, the pins are made out of the cheapest metal known to man, and they barely, the specifications are has to conduct. They barely met that criteria. This is the worst pig metal ever. You get 1 or 2 large bends in these pins before they simply just snap off. And I've showed examples of that before. I've got some 555 timers somewhere I can show you guys by delegging. But for right now, I'm not gonna display that. You bend them once or twice, the pin falls off. There are ways to recover the pin. You can file around the epoxy that holds the chip together. Either way, you want to be careful about that. So one thing you'll notice, you can't really see them all that well. The pins are bowed outwards. They do not immediately fit into 0.1 inch spaced holes. They just simply won't. One end will fly down there like that, and then you'll struggle with this end. You can buy tools that'll help you bend the pins, but what you really need to do is develop a skill for bending all of these pins. So what I do is I lay the chip down on its side like this, and I roll my fingers forward while pressing down. Just a little bit, right? Go to the other side, and I position this thing like that with the pins flat against the table, and I just roll it forward a little bit. What I'm doing is I'm pressing down and just angling my hand just a little bit. And now those pins go straight up and down, and this thing will then fit directly in to the breadboard. So easy that was. The reason I'm so good at that is I've practiced. And sometimes I would be doing that and all of a sudden I go and ruin the whole thing. So, you know, your mileage may vary in that, but that's how I do it carefully. Press down and then roll forward just a little bit. Because if you don't do that, I've seen many engineers try to plug stuff into a socket, and when they do, they'll have a bunch of pins sticking out of the socket. Doing that rolling technique means that if I plug into the socket, I can just push this thing down, and now all of my pins are in, and none of them have left, none of them have exited the socket. Now, when pulling stuff out of sockets, you want to be careful to be even. You don't pull one side out. I'm pinching from both sides, and I think the better way to do it is to get my tweezers, my tweezers and use them as just a little pry. So I'm just going to push this in this side and twist them, and then push it in the opposite side and twist them again, and then it comes out nice and even. And none of my pins are bent. So it's these simple things that you do in order to keep yourself from bending pins. Pins can be bent back, but the more you do it, the more they are prone to dropping off. Yeah, you can go to Thingiverse now and you can print all those tools that we used to have to buy. There's also a big plastic Radio Shack thing where it like drops two walls down on the sides of these things. I've had various types of fancy chip pullers. I've had ones that have had the two little prongs that go on the sides. I've had ones that do all kinds of weird mechanical shit. I've had one that was attached to the backside of dikes. Or was that a wire stripper? That might have been a wire stripper. I had a pistol grip one. Jeez. Yeah. So anyway, we can use headers on these things. So I can just do 4 headers on each side. These should grip. That's actually not that great of a grip, to be honest. It might be okay for our purposes, because this is just as an indicator. Where'd the other header go? I had 2 headers. No! No! Where did it go? Why does everybody leave me like this? At 2 header. At 2. What happened to the second? Wait a minute. I had 2, I swear. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's just see if this fits. These are, well, these supposedly should work for ICs, but under the center of the car in the garage. Yes, that is a place things end up. I don't know about the contact that I'm going to get from these, because it doesn't press in. It just kind of like, it should be for IC legs, but it's a little bit larger than that. So that might not, maybe if I bend them enough, they'll all contact. Plus, this doesn't sit as flush. But if it can drop out of the headers, then I don't know if I want to use them. Yeah, that might not grip enough. Enough. Yeah, I would need to trim that down in order for it to fit in there, and I don't want to trim the pins. And then these aren't gripping enough. They're doing the stick bug dance. Ah, I get stick bugged, chat. See that? It doesn't stay together at all. There's no pressure on the pins. I'm better off cutting the sockets that I have in excess. I'm gonna need a lot of these sockets, but they hold on to the pins way better. I don't want a loose lead to be an issue. Well, let's see if this fits. This is gonna hurt. Ow. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. snapped in. That goes in here. Can this go over top of it? If I built just a surface mount circuit under these, it would fit. This does not fit. Hey, bitch. Son of the bitch. I see it's more intimidating than the stick bug because of the problems it'll create. So that doesn't work under there. If I were to put the amplifying circuit under, then I would have to do its surface mount, which I can still do. It's just a little piece of Kapton tape. It's just I wanted the op amps to be replaceable in the event that one of them blows up. But if I do the op amps underneath, that makes routing this board a lot easier. This is the board that sits on top of it. I'm thinking of a lot of different problems at once right now. This board can just contain the muxes and the reference voltages. Of course, that means that this would have to pipe a voltage back down to here, but that's not that big of a deal. So it'd be, this one sits over, yeah, over like this. And so this would be the digital routing of the top piece elements. And then I would have pots in between these for tuning the individual circuits, the boosting circuits, to get them to 10 volts. I've been harvesting PCIe riser cables. Why? I have a couple of those. The good ones are the 3M ones. They're $100 each, though. So I guess I should cut all of these. Ow! God, that really hurt. It twisted in the cut and just threw all these pins on my hand. Son of a... This is really annoying. It's fine. We got that, though. So I need 6 of these things. Are those muxes perfectly linear? I think so. They're Maxim, so they're more expensive. We can check. They're plus minus 12 volt devices. This would be the Max 309. I got them from research equipment that I was designing. Give me the product info, analog. Come on. There it is. Low resistance, guaranteed flat-on resistance, signal range, 7 ohms, guaranteed low charge injection, no off leakage, COM off leakage current is less than 20 nanoamps, 2000 volt ESD, plug-in upgrade for industry standards. Ooh, I did cut myself. Single supply, 5 to 30, bipolar, 5 to 20, low power consumption, rail-to-rail signal handling. So I think they are linear. These we were using to switch, what were they? Light sensors that had their own amplifier on it. We were switching light sensors to a data acquisition board. And the light sensors were placed on the frontal lobe of the brain, and the brain was illuminated using near-infrared light. So they were sensing the amount of light that was bouncing off the frontal lobe of the brain through the skull. Because those frequencies go through bone and flesh. They bounce off blood. Linear means the signal in is equal to the signal out, or the signal in is equal to a shifted signal out, but it doesn't linear line. It's on a line. So whatever you have coming in has a predictable output based on y equals mx plus b. Oh, I bent this one all weird. What is going on? There we go. They're just hard to plug in because these are really flimsy pins. I'll have to take a file to these and even them out. Number 3. Well, the output changes depending on the input, but it does it in a linear manner as opposed to an exponential manner. Fuck. Ow. That's the only problem with working with these stupid header things, is that they really like to kind of hurt you. MX. M is usually the one you use. You can call it NX plus B if you want, but it's a variable that's kind of non sequitur. Exponential means that it follows a curve, and exponentially means that the more input there is, the more of the input there is. Exponential is a type of multiplication of variables. You got to Google that. Google it. It's all math. We're talking about circuit stuff, so everything's math. Everything boils down to math. Especially with op amps. Op amps are all math. Motors are math too. Anything cool is math. You got to learn your math. I had to struggle through quite a bit of math. I was never great at math. It's always sort of served a purpose in my life. Begrudgingly learning math. I got through some pretty heady math for control systems. Yeah, V equals IR is some of the beginnings of all that. Man, that hit a nerve cluster. It like feels infected, but it's not. Ugh. Okay, that'll heal pretty quickly. I'm studying control systems as you speak. It's what my degree is in. Controls and Robotics from Drexel University. Drexel. Got him. Controls was rough for me because I didn't know how to learn at the time. And it took a little bit of growing up and realizing that I need to isolate my surroundings. I need to get into the library and study there in order to concentrate. You just look at a PCIe pinout, IRC, all you need is to give the present 2-pin 12 volts and it will feed power to the device up to 75 watts. Then you get 12 volts and 3.3. Huh. I've never played with PCIe, but I always thought it was cool when you find, like in the old labs, because I've had to clean out a lot of old labs, you find a PCIe card that's like a prototyping card. And it's literally like this proto board, but with a whole row of PCIe pins on the end. And then some engineers just built something on it. So we just build a card that plugs into the computer? What? Like, wait. The origins of computer science. Crazy. God, I've already shed blood for this project. That was a deep prick. If you ever want to figure out whether or not like meat has carbs, you can get a glucometer, but that means that you'll have to prick your finger in a similar manner to what I've done. So I have done that hundreds of millions of times to my own hands in the old school days of diabetes care and management. This one needs a little filing. Learning is super rewarding when you feel stupid forever and then finally understand something. It's like, yeah. What was crazy to me was when we did physics with linear algebra, because we had this understanding of how all of these physics equations work because we've taken a lot of physics courses throughout our electrical engineering, tenure. And then they introduced linear algebra to physics. It's like, remember when you had to do all these equations? Now it's like 4 operations and you can just swap rows around and you can do columns and stuff, but you just find the eigenvalues and then you go back this way and there's the solution to 12 variables. And you're like, what? You just wasted my time? Like, how much time? I'm a recent fan of math and physics. Linear algebra does a lot for like computer graphics and controlling physical stuff. It's really crazy what you can accomplish. Like with 2 lines of code, 2 lines of like C code, you can do, what the hell was it? Like a stability system for a beam. So basically, how do you stabilize a rocket firing up through the atmosphere? Well, you have something pushing on the bottom of it, and then you have an influencing force on the top. You put it into linear algebra, and it's 2 lines of code. It's so crazy. It is. It's very much magic. Yeah, it may be 2 lines of code, but it takes like 8 pages of prep work to get there. Oh, that's the piece of metal. Now keep in mind, a file only works in one direction, but because a file is hardened, you're not doing much damage to it by moving back and forth. I was building a DIY controller PCIe card that acts as an IPMI for servers. I abandoned the idea, but I think it eventually turned into the PIKVM project. Interesting. I would love to make a PCIe card or a USB device that is your smart status of the drives in your computer so that you can have an LED on the front. Some systems have that built in, but your typical consumer goods don't. And so I'm installing TrueNAS and getting that all running. But then, like, I would love, because I'm not constantly checking TrueNAS, I am, however, constantly looking over there at the server, which doesn't have a lot of accoutrements on it. I didn't actually enable the LCD. That tells you temperatures and stuff if you want, but it's kind of shitty. So I would rather have 3 LEDs in the front of this to tell me the status of the 3 drives in there. I think HD Sentinel has that functionality. Is it affordable at all? I hear physics and maths, it's my jam. We were talking about linear algebra a little bit just because it's come up. AWE server Racky. I don't know what any of that stuff is. I know nothing about that stuff. I've had enough trouble learning all the vectors of this thing. I can't be everything. You know, when you become an engineer, you're called upon to be a bit of a jack of all trades. You're supposed to be able to, you know, grow to the size of the project and learn everything yourself and be a know-it-all subsequently. Why are you such a know-it-all? Well, because I know everything. I'm expected to know everything. That's kind of how people treat engineers in the real world anyway. But like, I'm not going to learn all this heavy IT shit. I just want to get my server running. I learned just enough about PCIe to realize they don't really know how computers work electrically. I kind of know how computers work electrically to a point. The only place I'm going to be able to fit these is here. And that means I'm going to have to do a power run, and I'm going to have to do a ground run. Then these are square, right? Yeah, no matter how I do it, they're going to fit kind of in a constrained manner. There's a certain amount of human interface stuff that has to happen in this section. And I don't think they'll fit down by the, yeah, they don't really fit down here. If I made my own PCB for this, there would be loads of room for this stuff, but I'm insisting on doing through-hole. If I do it like this, that means that I can get to the one LED, I can get to the other LED. Power is going to be a bit harder to route, but I guess I could do it on the upper side of the board. Or I could route the LED signals that way as well. So I guess we'll do it this way. They'll go in like this. Let's get this soldered in. It is my only option. And I can always run in power from down here. Although I'll need the signal to come up to where we are, so. And then we'll have to see which one ends up being positive and which one ends up being negative. I need red to be negative and green to be positive. So we'll need to suss it out and figure out which one is going to be which in the circuit. Now remember, these amplifiers are inverting, so let's have to see how this works. Get my solder in a position. I need to hold it in with one hand and sort of press it up against the PCB. That way it will sit flat. Although to be fair, I could probably have this stick up a little bit and then I'd be able to get to those pins from the other side, but we'll just do it this way first and deal with the consequences of our actions. So I'm going to hold this between 2 fingers so that I can get my thumb over there. My glucometer, I don't know what it is. Any other diabetics in chat? Like type 1 diabetes, rainy day, is it like swelling or something? Why is my insulin usage on a rainy day so much more than on a regular day. Maybe it's just because of exercise. I haven't gotten any exercise yet today. But like, my pump has been clicking almost constantly since this morning. Did I just melt? I don't want to melt my buttons. I got to come in here at a high angle. And I could probably replace those buttons because I've got buttons that are slightly taller than those. The taller buttons will stick out a bit more. Where's my heat? Shit, messed it up. Controlling the solder with two hands is very difficult. Well, now I have heat, but I don't... Technically, these sockets are there for heat purposes. You can solder the socket in and then the chip. TLS72s are pretty stable, though. I don't think they'll mind. So let me just anchor the other pin. Keep forgetting what linear algebra is in terms of the name. Yeah, I mean, before we were talking about linearity in a MUX, which is different from linear algebra. The linear part of linear algebra does not quite cue you in to the fact that we're talking about eigenvalues and matrix algebra primarily. So every two of these, so that one, now these two, get another one of these. And I'm going to put pin 1 facing upwards, and we'll figure out how much I screwed myself over by doing that in a little bit. What is that 0D? Is that like an emote on your end? Something I don't see. Rainy day seems to throw all kinds of medical conditions out of whack. Yeah, like I get raspy breath from when I blew up my skeleton falling downstairs. I know it throws me for a loop. It's like Sunday and rainy days. For some reason, I use an exorbitant amount of insulin in order to keep my glucose levels not even in control. They're completely out of control those days. And I don't know if it's just simply related to physical activity. I think there's more to it than that. You made that look so easy. It's I do a lot of soldering, and I guess I'm very good at it. I have to be kind of humble. I'm always kind of humble because there's always a counterexample. Somebody will always pull up a counterexample. But I've done a lot of stuff like this, and there are certain skills that you kind of absorb. And I have been in the presence of gods. I have seen soldering that you would not believe. And that's where I get a lot of my little techniques from. Some of them are self-developed, but others are from other sources, from other people that do tinkering. So if you can learn anything about soldering today, it'd be great. I'd be fulfilling my purpose in life. So yeah, pushing with a thumb from underneath, holding on to the circuit with my ring or my index finger, and then trying to get this thing flat while the solder's molten without running the soldering iron into one of these buttons. That's why I'm coming at it from a high angle. So now that's in, it's still a little wonky. I think it has to do with swelling, the whole medical condition on a rainy day. I think swelling has something to do with it. If I can reduce the amount of body to my body, I think I would have better response to insulin, having less mass, and possibly it would react a little better. So I have a ways to go, chat. I really need to prioritize my health and fucking get in gear finally. I've had brushes with being very healthy, and the Android Auto Pancreas system, AAPS, has been revolutionary in giving me enough brain space to think about other things than just managing diabetes. But the only way I'm going to improve from here is by getting myself in shape. So that's going to be my new thing. I'm going to figure that one out. Whether or not it's getting myself in shape or whether or not it's getting medical stuff done. I'm sure they're going to think it's only cosmetic, right? It's like, oh, your weight loss is only cosmetic, so we won't cover it for insurance. And it's like, well, no, I'm actually doing this so that every other facet of my life medically can be slightly easier to manage. Yeah. Listen, I do get exercise. I give the dog walks. We get out there, we get around. I get moving. Yeah, inflammation, because that's the whole thing about weight loss, too. I guess there was a Kurzgesagt video about that recently that was kind of eye-opening. My doctor was like, all that exercise amounts to like one extra slice of bread. I'm like, well, shut up. Like that little tiny bit a day is transformative. It may not be a big percentage. It's like, just like they're saying, like, hormones only account for some low percentage of weight. I'm like, dude, it's that small percentage that over time causes issues. Over time, a tiny percentage adds up. How can you undersell that? Those tiny little differences between me and a person that has all their hormones worked out properly is the difference between a fit person and a spherical person with arms, aka myself. Irregardless of how much I love that word because it's infuriating. Regardless of how much bread you can measure in it. What's that? Oh, the changes it makes in your body are definitely notable. Yeah. A brick might be small, but buildings are big. I thought a brick might be small, but windows are big. What does that mean? Wait a minute. What? Huh? All right, so this is kind of difficult. Yeah, how much bread goes into a building? Bread may be small, but buildings are big, is what I'm getting from this little chat. That's what I'm getting from it. Of course, it's not like I'm not concentrating on something else at the same time, but I'm definitely getting a lot from this conversation. Did I like solder the right pin at all? Yeah, these pins are so flimsy that the chip just kind of like wiggles around. So like I can take my hand off of it and solder the other one, but it may have dropped out a little bit because of gravity. I think it's pretty good, actually. I'll just push on it and redo the solder joints quickly. Push it up. Push it up. Nope, we're good. Yeah, how much bread could a bread chuck if a bread chuck? Damn it! You made me into a bread cuck. Yeah, buildings are made out of many bread. But few bread will do sometimes. It's the early bread that catches the game. My slow descent into madness. You can see on the YouTubers can see that I've been saying module so much that it's starting to get a little bit cursed. Most of the description of the stream is module at this point. I can drag solder like a queen, but I suck at through hole when solder. What solder percentage are you using? All right, so this is the stuff that I've been using. Most of the label's gone, but it's 0.6 millimeter for the big stuff. And then it is, I'm about 3.344. It's Kester, which is a good company. The stuff that I use for most of the things that I do when I'm working at an appropriate size, smaller stuff, it's still 3.344, 211020, Kester brand. And it is partially leaded solder. It's partially leaded. And it's got rosin core. So it's Kester partially soldered. For the small stuff, and I wouldn't suggest you get this if you're doing basic circuit work, small stuff I do 0.4, but even that in my custom little reel is enough that if I pull on this hard enough, it doesn't advance, it just breaks. Yeah, Kester's a good brand I found. I use them because I used a little bit of it when I worked at the FBI Technical Center for like 10 years. We used it there. And partially leaded, I tried to get non-leaded because I wanted to prove in the stream that it's not that bad and that continued lead exposure is not a manly thing. It's not a macho thing to get exposed to lead. Being mad as a hatter is not like a goal. So if you're soldering a lot, and I am, using lead is probably a bad idea. I used to, when I was a little tyke, I played on a windowsill that had crackles of lead paint on it. And one time my parents went to New Hampshire to visit their folks, visit my dad's folks, and left me behind. They left me behind with a babysitter. They left me behind, and at that point, a blood test came through from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and it showed elevated levels of lead, and I almost got repossessed by Child Protective Services. They had to sort this whole thing out from a much more northern state. But I don't know if getting exposed to lead explains away my diabetes, but I'm pretty much the only person in the family with diabetes. I won all kinds of genetic lotteries, and one of them was diabetes, apparently. Fucking sucks. I got it around puberty, so it probably wasn't the lead. Rosins, what's up? Yeah, the internal rosin is very helpful. I grew up with cars using leaded gas. Yeah, that stuff coated everything, didn't it? And we just kind of swept it under the carpet. Now we have microplastics in our balls. And it passed the blood-brain barrier, so surely we're all fine. It's just a macho thing. Lead exposure, it's just a macho thing. You'll be fine. Your blood is tough. I have tougher blood. I can survive. Dies. Made a makeshift fume extractor out of an air matty pump. That's good. Yeah, that's, I mean, like an air extractor, fume extractor is like ideal. I keep a box fan behind, what is essentially a box fan behind me that runs almost 24/7 around here. So I have a breeze on my back that's sort of wafting away the lead fumes. I don't know how bad the lead in here probably is. Yeah, I've already got iron in my blood, so why don't we add a little lead to the equation? Yeah, I'm doing two strategies here. There's the bariatric surgery thing that I'm looking into. I don't know how how expensive that's going to be and how feasible that's going to be. That involves like group therapy, and you have to basically prove to them that you're capable of changing your habits, which is important because when your stomach is like, you know, in a bag, you have to, your diet has to be a particular thing. So I'll have to work on that. And then the second thing that I'm working on is getting back on testosterone, external testosterone. And the way that I'm hopefully going to get there is by donating blood. Not just donating blood, I'm going to donate my red blood cells. I got an A- on my blood, so I got a pretty good grade. And so I have more iron in the blood. What is this no, don't do the surgery? I don't know why people keep saying that. Lift weights and eat less. I'll tell you something, it doesn't work. I'll tell you something, I've done that. My shoulders bulked up quite a bit. They're still a little bulky. I've got big neck muscles. But yeah, that's not it. There's more to it than that, man. You only have lead on your hands. When you solder, it should be hot enough to vaporize the lead. Solder should not be hot enough to vaporize lead. If I'm sitting here handling lead and I'm aerosolizing the rosin, you can't write off lead as being totally super duper safe. You wash your hands after working with electronics. What I do, wash my hands at the very least, and I have a fan on me to help dissipate things. But I think trusting a member of chat to say you should not get surgery and that you will not be exposed to lead by working on electronics is just a complete fallacy. I can't trust you guys to even operate a fart box. Like, you guys advising me that I can like chew on my solder while I'm soldering and I won't be exposed to lead is ludicrous. And it's completely crazy. You could trust eat the lead, bro. Just one more piece of lead. Just one more piece of lead. It's fine. You're a streamer. Streamers don't get exposed to lead. You could just chew on the solder. Bro, you could trust me. I'm a doctor. I was on TRT for a bit, and it did change my life, but I also have a high red blood cell count. So having a high red blood cell count, when I was on the TRT, this is the external testosterone. It's like a very viscous, you get like a big horse needle, and you shove it in your butt. Not the fun part of the butt, the non-fun, the big muscle. And you like, get the syringe to go all the way down, and you inject this like gel. You know, I could just inject gel. If I just inject gel, then I'll have big muscles. It'll be great. And gel's kind of expensive, so let's just get like caulk, like bathroom caulk, and we can just inject it into our muscles. No, what I'm talking about is testosterone replacement therapy. It turns your balls into like a water balloon that you haven't quite blown up yet, right? It's like there's nothing in there because the gland goes, oh, you got plenty of this stuff, and shrivels up. That's weird. I'm willing to actually like tolerate that. The gel is topical, not for the gel's terrible. You can't touch a woman's with the gel. If you touch a woman with the gel, she turns into a man. It's weird. There's very explicit instructions. Do not let a woman touch you when you're on the gel. It's no thanks. I'm good. One of the things that I got when I was on TRT was actually a subcutaneous pill that dissolves over the course of months. So it was no injections, but every couple months I'd have to go to my endocrinologist, and I would be literally waiting for him to walk into the room with my ass in the air. So my bare ass is in the air and I'm on a table, and he does a bunch of numbing injections, and then he's got all this medical appliance that puts a little pill under the skin. And so you have a little hard spot on your belt line. But that you were able to get testosterone from over a long period of time. That was great because I didn't have to do injections. And one of the effects of the testosterone was it super duper regulated my sleep schedule all of a sudden. It would get to be a little bit late at night and I would get tired. And that's not something that happens with me. I would go to bed, I'd fall asleep. Weird. And then I would wake up and I would feel awesome. I'd be like, I slept. Everything's great. What? So that in and of itself, and biking 3 times a week, got me down to almost target weight. It was shocking. The fact that I could build muscle because of the testosterone, have a regular sleep schedule because my hormones weren't all out of whack. Yeah, and just all that stuff. How high did your T levels get? I don't know. Yeah, sleep is amazing for the body, but I don't do that very well. It's just one of those things. So yeah, it's like, and then losing the weight led to better sleep because of you wouldn't have sleep apnea. It's this cascade of things, and I'm now on the other side of that again. And I got to get my shit back together. And there's a couple different strategies to do that. I got to figure out which one is the good one. I could potentially, and I'm not sure. My doctor probably wouldn't approve of me doing this. He'd probably give me the stink eye in the way that he does. But if I do the red blood cell donation, then my red blood cell count is lower because lack of sleep is causing a high red blood cell count. So I go in to lower the iron levels and they get a bunch of red blood cells with that, and it lowers my red blood cell count. And so my endocrinologist sees a lower red blood cell count and might consider putting me back on TRT, but he hates it. He hates it. He hates TRT. He thinks that I am doing the Tour de France and I'm going to drop dead. He says that if you do that, it risks your heart. You're not supposed to have this high of a red blood cell count. So I got to do something. So probably in December, I'll try to do the Red Cross platelet donation. And I think that'll get my red blood cell levels down. And if I do that every 4 months, I should be good in terms of red blood cell count to go on TRT. And then I can get serious about building muscle and losing weight. The more muscle I have, the more passive burning of carbohydrate or burning of fat and carbs I'll have. So, don't Cheadle? What? What does Don Cheadle have to do with any of this? I'm here. Get used to it. This is a whole thing. It's really ridiculous. But also, I can donate red blood cells, and they're desperately needed, so that would be good too. A vanity clinic for TRT if your endo won't prescribe it. Ugh, that sounds super expensive. No, look, under the recommendation of my doctor, if my doctor says, I don't want to do this because you might drop dead, I think it's my prerogative to trust him and to actually be like, yeah, okay, you don't want to prescribe external TRT because, I could die. That's pretty dire. I don't think he takes that very lightly. He's not as pro TRT as my Washington, DC endocrine doctor. I wish I still had that guy. That guy actually studied under my current one. So I have a plan. It's going to take a long time, as is with things with Penn Medicine. Things take a long time. I've been trying to get back on testosterone for 6 years. 6 years now. I did the sleep machine. The sleep machine barely was doing its job. It was all the way on the lowest level of what it could do when I went to bed. So it's like, that's not going to lower the red blood cell count. I'm in Pennsylvania. Yep. I could have my dad write a prescription, but I don't think they'd like that. I don't think my dad would like that either. Alrighty, so I have an elevated level of hemoglobins that they're trying to figure out. Yeah, that's me too. The hemoglobin can be caused by bad sleep. It can be caused by cancer, just general cancer. It can be caused by all kinds of shit. Hello, neighbor. Yeah, there's a bunch of us. There's another, this older lady that does circuit stuff. She's like the American Big Clive, and she's apparently in Philly, which I'm technically in Philly. I'm a little bit outside of it. Oh, you're in Pennsylvania. Well, that's a lot of flat area surrounded by mountains. Buddy's in Pittsburgh. Actually, Fatanon's in Pittsburgh. There's a bunch of us East Coasters. I'm gonna burp. Yeah, I think that's her name. I try to avoid other EE channels, and I really shouldn't, because I should collaborate with these people. But the reason that I do that is because I don't want their memes, and I am extremely impressionable. I'm way too impressionable. We need a lot of pins to exit this thing, and I need to kind of start figuring out how many are going to exit this. I got to figure out how many are going to. I would love to do a collaboration with these people, like if we could send something to each other and do stuff, because like for a little while anyway, I was kind of the big name in circuits on Twitch. Maybe not the biggest. I think there are people who are more popular, certainly more viewers for Strange Parts. I don't think he's streaming as much, but every now and then one of the big names will try to get into the streaming stuff. I don't want their memes. I don't want to take on their memes. I watched AVE for a little while, and like Chooching always tries to like worm its way into my vernacular, and I have to cut it off. Because I mean, while it's fun to have all of these eclectic memes, I need my own jokes here, because this needs to be my personality. Because I'm a businessman, not a businessman. You got Benchy. This is my personality? I don't know what you're talking about anymore suddenly. But yeah, no, I don't want the other channels to rub off on me too much, and I'm super impressionable in that way. I would love to collaborate with them though. There's not a whole lot of collaboration going on in the EE space, and I think there should be more. I met Uo's lab at a restaurant around here while he was flying through, but he's an Ohioan. So if I can come up with some kind of a collab there, that would be pretty powerful. All right, so let's see. I would like to implement this circuit, but I need to know how many pins are going from board to board to board. And we're gonna have, we have 6 channels that need to go down to the MUX board. It would be nice if we could put the MUXes all the way up at the top, because we could only route a low number of signals down, but I guess we're gonna have 6 of these going down to the rest of everything. So that'll get the both MUXes. So this is 6 pins from here. 6 pins from here. The gates I can do local to the Arduino. If we're boosting these, unboosting or whatever the hell we're doing, oh, oops, oh, Control Z. If I'm catering the level of these signals with the op amps locally, if this sits on that board with this thing, this is on another board, so that other board will have the extra 6 there. That's going to be 6 extra pins, but we don't need that. We can take our 6 signals out of here, and then we're going to have plus minus 12. So this would be from, so to the MUX board. Maxim board. Maxim parts are not cheap. It's annoying how uncheap they are. Oh my god, figuring out the interconnects is going to break my brain. I guess I'll do a separate power plug. So let's just take we'll take a full 5-pin power plug to everything up here. Yeah, there's with Maxim like with parts, certain companies are take on certain things. Maxim makes a lot of ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits, that do exactly what you want them to do, or do some kind of really eclectic task well, but they're expensive. So in instrumentation, you see a lot of Maxim parts, because in instrumentation, you're not worried about shaving every single penny out of your design. You use the good part, and it works well. That's why I ended up with a bunch of Maxim parts, because it was a prototype researching thing that I was working on, an optical light sensor for the brain. And so I have a collection of Maxim parts. So they end up in this design because I have a bin that's full of them. Yeah, let's take this on a case-by-case basis. So let's take our power into this circuit. Where does power come in? I guess we'll take power in over here. We got to be careful because we can't go below this line. This is the modular synthesizer line. What's the most straightforward way to learn circuit design? I do mechanical stuff, and EE seems like wizardry. Oh, that's an interesting place to come from, and I'm not sure what to say. I don't know what to recommend, because for me, learning the circuit stuff, I did that as a teenager, as a weirdo in high school. And middle school, and I started off of Radio Shack books. So there's this series of Radio Shack books that kind of explains the circuit stuff in an easier manner, and I'm not sure. There are probably better ways to start out these days, and I just don't know them because I'm not starting out these days. 80s? No, it wasn't in the 80s. It was the 90s. But yeah, there's the Forrest Mims series of circuit books, but they explain a lot of analog concepts, and nowadays there's a lot of digital stuff that's not all that bad. There has to be a better place to start. There has to be a better place. Forrest Mims is not necessarily... Forrest Mims are good. They're very good books. They make things approachable and understanding. But for a modern age, the digital age, there's a lot more to learn about signals and switching and programming in terms of physical computing. But yeah, maybe you could, like as an aside, look up Forrest Mims. There are other ways to learn, and I think even just punching your question into Google might be enough to give you a couple leads. You're gonna have to go down leads and try stuff. And I've not heard back from anybody that's tried that, so there might be booby traps along the way. I'm not sure. It's an old temple. But, you know, I would love to hear how people would approach that, because it's a question that we get periodically in here. I don't know what you're talking about. How do I learn about it? And it's like, well, I don't know, because it's not 1992. If it was 1992, I would say pick up the Forrest Mims book. But the Forrest Mims book is guilty of what all of these beginner circuit things do from like the 1950s. These books from like the 1950s go, hey, get a 1 to 10 transformer. This is your first project, right, kid? Oh yeah, you're gonna be great. Do you have a set of screwdrivers? Cool. You'll get through this in no time, little boy. Grab this 1 to 10 transformer and take these 2 wires and plug them into the wall. And now you have a 12-volt AC power supply. Let's add a couple diodes to it and make a voltage regulator. Wow, your first project. How many survived that? How many little kids doing circuits? I'm going to learn about circuits. Dead. Like, what the fuck? Nowadays, we have Arduinos, and we have digital circuits, and we have a thing that you plug into the wall that makes 5 volts, and I'm hard-pressed to kill myself with 5 volts. I would have to do something mechanical with the 5 volts that would, like, punch my brain, and then I'd be dead. It's much harder to kill yourself with 5 volts DC. The jolts don't hurt that much. It turned out okay. I remember a story from a friend of mine that I was working under. He was an older guy, and he was telling me about his crazy friend. And he was like, want to hear what electricity sounds like? And he's like, what? And his friend plugs the speaker wires into the wall, and it goes, It's like, what the fuck? What? No, circuit kits don't suck nowadays. They're great nowadays because you don't die. They're great. You can't, there's no risk of death. Why does there need, why? It's like the same thing with the fucking lead. You guys are saying lead is fine. You just suffer through it. You just gotta gird your loins, you weakling, and be better at absorbing lead like me. Like, the circuit kits are great nowadays. You can do all kinds of amazing stuff that I would never even fathom back in the day, back in the 90s. Like, your first project could be something that was like like a graduation level project from electrical engineers. I took an I2C accelerometer, a 3-axis accelerometer, the first time I ever used an Arduino, and I Googled it and I found a bunch of code. And I put the code down and I put this accelerometer onto a solderless breadboard with a basic Arduino. And within an hour, I had 4 LEDs on the board, and when I tilted the board, the LED that was facing the most upwards would light up with an I2C accelerometer. Just some random ass one that I bought. I was able to look it up, find code, get the Arduino to talk to it, and then put a little logic into it to make it so that when I tilted the thing, it would tell me what direction I was tilting it in. And in an hour sitting at a coffee table with a TV like going, barely paying attention to what I was doing. So from then on, I was pretty much sold on the Arduino. Couldn't afford HackerBox kit. There's many good kits out there. Thing is different, hence thing is bad. New thing different, like old thing. Old thing was better. Lost finger, still fine. Yeah. Oh yeah, TV repair techs. My old professor for control systems, the really burnt out dude that wore sneakers and a button down. Weird dude. He was very burnt out. He worked in a TV factory, he was telling me, and the TVs would come out of the oven, the kiln or whatever, at very high temperature, and they would also have a vacuum in them because they're TV tubes. And so periodically on the line, as they were coming out, one would have like a scratch on it and it would blow up. It would implode and explode in just this violent hot shower of glass. Ridiculous. So yeah, TV techs deal with vacuum, lots of glass, and high voltage because it's a literal electron gun being wibbled around with magnets. That's why I'm a little concerned about that project that was posted in the Discord. We're talking about just like random stuff because chat's being very distracting today, which is great. I like that. There was a project. It's a rainy day, you know, we're getting distracted. It's fine. There was a project that was posted on my Discord, and it was basically a magnetic containment of a plasma thing in a circle that resembled what they have at CERN, the whole fusion reaction thing. And it has this just electron beam in glass that's being magnetically influenced to go in a circle. And it's like, yeah, the glass is filled with lead because CRTs generate X-ray. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If you're making an electron gun in a tube, you might be making a lot of X-ray. And so I'm concerned because the Japanese project Twitter is amazing. The stuff that they're doing over there, they're doing some really creative and clever things, and they do them very technically, and they make things very neat. It's very cool to watch. There's a lot of really cool stuff to be looking at. I'm supposed to be 3D printing, but I'm eating pancakes. If you eat enough pancakes, you're gonna have to poop, and pooping is essentially 3D printing, so you're fine. But anyway, so this little glass bauble has this electron beam going in a circle around it, and it's being magnetically harnessed. I'm just talking about the Japanese project Twitter, the electronics project Twitter. For some reason, my algorithm has been plugging me into that stuff, and I love it. Anyway, so they made this cool magnetic field that contains this electron beam on their tabletop in a little glass bauble. And I don't think there's any shielding on that glass. So I have concerns for the inevitable health problems that may occur from being exposed to X-ray from your cool-looking lamp. That scares me a little bit. I think they need to get a sensor or something like that to make sure that they're not at risk. You can do a lot of cool stuff with this electronics thing, but you got to have a little bit of a mind for little mind of safety here. If you have a capacitor that's the size of a shotgun shell, it's going to have the energy of a shotgun shell when it explodes. So respect the stuff in front of you and what kind of damage it can do. All right. So if we take power in separately, I guess I can put a power plug either down here. Now remember, this is connected to the front panel, so we have to make sure that we're not going to interfere with anybody. We have an output here, so if I put power like here, that could work. There's not a lot of room for me to operate on this circuit. I could do a daughter circuit that sits on top of this, because I can move upwards and outwards. Theoretically, I'm a physicist. You don't have to do actual physical stuff with theoretical physics. Just read a paper on how they build E-skin. It's E-skin. Ugh. Clever multiplexing. Respect for the Japanese, they're crushing it. Interesting. Ugh, E-skin. Sounds weird. I have a little bit of room in this corner. So maybe this corner is where I center I/O. If I put power here, I don't think that's a good idea. I think if I put my connections to other boards over here, that would be good. If I move power in, because we're still going to need all 6 of these channels to go up and over to an output. Oh, I don't want to have multiple plugs that all have the same purpose, you know? Didn't have to do particles, it's just math. There was that researcher that put their head in the particle accelerator. I work almost exclusively in low voltage devices. You can do so much with low voltage. I know everybody wants to do, you know, the super sexy Jacob's ladder and the high voltage stuff. You can do all kinds of really cool stuff in high voltage, sure, but you don't have to. And I kind of want to de-emphasize the risky stuff, because things can go south very easily. And like, I wear a lot of medical equipment. Everybody thinks, oh, you're that electronics guru, right? What do you stick a Tesla coil up your ass like every other night? And I'm like, yeah, but I don't turn it on, because that's very unsafe. If something bad happens, like with the Tesla coil, I can be out thousands of dollars in medical equipment, or I could just be dead. So I don't want to fool around with high voltage stuff. It is exciting. It's punchy. You get a cool stream, and a lot of people watch what you do, and you can get an inflated sense of self-worth. But, you know, we're doing cool stuff anyway. There's plenty of cool stuff to do without risking our lives. The J-Link clone, I have one of those, yes. The seller sent me screenshots of them updating it and programming it, an STM32 to prove that it worked. My expectations are not high. I got mine working just fine. Yeah, there's various tips for it on, you know, forums and whatnot, and mine works perfectly well. I think that's the one that I ended up using, the Sager one. I think so. You just can't use certain ST-Link. Why did I do that? I just pulled a beard hair out. You can't use certain ST things. Worked as an electrician for a while, and high voltage can be terrifying. I've known a couple electricians in my day. They do some cool stuff. There's that one YouTube channel with the Australian... No, that guy's not Australian. Who is that guy? He's an electrician, but he's got all this cool stuff. Okay, so if we're running power, then we're going to need a JST. God, this is so slow. Look, with you guys here, we're getting into a lot of cool stuff, a lot of cool topics, but it's slow. This stuff takes a while when talking to you guys. It's fun, though. You know, I love it. I love it. I think we're going to do a specific power plug, and that way it's a little bit less ambiguous. I might put shrink wrap on the wire that's labeled so that I know where stuff connects, and then I might print labels and put them down on things. No. Don't apologize for distracting me. While I am cognizant of the distraction, I welcome it because it is good content. There we go. That's what I meant to say. I don't think I can put all the plugs here because I'm going to need that and then a 6-pin, and I don't think I can keep them JST. I would love to use the smaller plugs because they are way more space efficient, but I don't think we're going to get away with that with the 0.1-inch stuff. It's not an chicken until you're poking your screwdriver around in the bus bar of a 3-phase 480 panel while it's live. I can't even imagine that. I was looking up current sensing stuff, and apparently Siemens sells a it's like a current sensing thing that goes inside of the panel, And so you have this low voltage device that has all these coils hooked around to all of your individual phases inside of the box. And then it's got two big ones to hook around the inlet phases. And while it would be cool to monitor circuits on that level in my house, I'm not spending $380 on that. I just wanted to know whether the washer dryer was going. I have respect for those high voltage switch engineers. Arc event videos on YouTube. There was one that was a video of a couple guys going around with blow torches around all the high current disconnects in order to test whether or not the flame did something weird. It's a very strange video, but it was some safety inspection. Yeah, you don't get a lot of perf board builds. I probably should be designing circuit boards for this project, because it would make for a much easier build. This is a 6-pin connector, and I could use that to do all of the outputs, all the direct outputs to the other boards. Where else does this need to go? The other board, it can have the transistors and the muxes, and then 6 pins, that would be 12 pins then, would go to the other stuff. Or this can go to... No, this has to be that way, doesn't it? Yeah, there's a lot of connections that have to go all around this thing. A photonic induction is one channel that will keep you up at night if you want to be scared of electricity. Photonic induction will keep you up at night. That's a hell of a channel. That guy is a madman. It's the proper type of madman, but still a madman. Arc events and Delta P. Yeah, those are the... is there one more? Oh, and hot steam. Yes, the devil's trifecta of YouTube industrial accidents. Arc event, Delta P, hot steam. Yep. Well, and then there's the train being nature's most efficient predator. The train. I mean, how can you avoid something like that? It's incredible, and it takes lives every day. They're just nature's perfect predator. I can't have this overlap the bottom because that makes this too big. And it's just barely overlapping the bottom. I'm checking them after this Delta P. Delta P is nuts. Delta P is the change in pressure. And it is an incredible thing. It doesn't take a lot, you know, to hold somebody at the bottom of a pool, which is why most pools nowadays have 2 drains in the deep end, so that you don't get a Delta P event that'll hold somebody down. I can't decide. Is that food? That better not be food. I think it's just crustiness. I don't know, I'm all crusty. Anyway, how am I connecting? Because that's the encoder. 6 channels here. I mean, if I was just blatantly taking base signals out of this thing, I would have to have 6 LEDs, actually 12 LED pins, 6 button pins. I would still need ground, and then I would need the 2 encoder pins, 3 encoder pins for this one for the switch. Yeah, this is too many signals on this thing. 6 button pins, 6 encoder pins, 7 button pins, 6 encoder pins, and a partridge and a pear tree. This is going to be a bunch of weird connections here. Oh, is that my finger crust? Yeah, once I make all these decisions, at least I can live with the decisions that I've made and build the rest of the circuit. I guess that's where this is going to go. This will be the direct to these outputs. I can't go over this edge because it's modular equipment. It's modular synthesizer stuff, and I made the 3D model in Fusion. Place this right up to the edge, and it's 10 millimeters off of the ends of the front panel. So I guess what I'm going to do is solder these in like this, and this will be power. Should I put power somewhere else? I can put power somewhere else. 12 volts is only going to be used for these guys. And ground will be used for the buttons. Ground will also be used for these. So we can put this like just in a weird spot. I can put it in the middle. I could put it up here. That might stress out my circuits a little bit more. I'm thinking in terms of like, how much space do I have? Put it right in the middle. And then I can put the 6-pin, I'll put it in the same spot. So that'll go in the same spot here for all of these to connect to. And then I'll have a 2-pin over here. This is going to end up being a bird's nest, the way I'm thinking about it right now. If I did this in CAD, everything would be so much neater and more organized, and I would obsess over 3D models for all of my parts, and then I would end up with a Fusion 360 file that has all my parts on it. I could put way more circuitry on this area, and I wouldn't have to spread everything out to be nice and big. I could get it all on one circuit, and then there would be one power inlet from over here. But I think I need to go forward with this design and actually just get stuff done instead of specializing all this stuff. And of course, I'll release plans online for it and everything, but I think it's just going to be a big sloppy mess in the end. And as long as I can retain some of the adjustability of the circuits, I think I'll be okay. What am I even building? This is a modular synthesizer testing module. So this module's purpose is to enable me in making all of the signals that I need in order to test and tune an external synthesizer module without having to have a lot of extra equipment. I only need this little box, and I plug the box in, and I plug the module into the box, and then I can pull it through a test routine that will enable me to figure out what's wrong. It don't got to be pretty, it's just got to work, but there's a certain element of being neat and organized that enables you to get stuff working. Compact and neat and organized. Like if I built a circuit board for this, I could do a much better job. But whatever, who cares? Let's just continue and build it just so I have the thing. It's certainly not faster either. The one advantage that I have not building a circuit board is that this circuit is very much on the fly, and if I discover something that I want to do a different way, I can retool it and reconfigure it. That's the only advantage we really have. So right now, I'm doing the job of figuring out where my ins and outs are, and then later on, I can go through the motions of correcting it. What does our encoder need? How does that circuit work? We haven't done anything with the encoder yet, and I was considering whether or not I wanted to put it on the port expander, just because our Teensy is starting to run out of pins. If I really wanted to, I could use a Teensy 4.1. I don't know how much those are. How much do those cost? We've already decided on the 4.0. It works better with the breadboards, but I just want to know for the sake of argument. Teensy USB board with Ethernet chip. We don't need it. God, Ethernet's a whole can of worms. Without Ethernet chip, there we go. $30. That would certainly have enough I/O that we could use everything. This is a 600 megahertz board. It is insane. And it's got an SD socket, so I could have settings saved onto SD. Oh, that's one that I haven't figured out yet, is what we're doing with settings. If I'm going to be hammering the EEPROM, that's fine, but it would maybe it would be good to have something like an SD card. It's got an ARM Cortex M7 at 600 megahertz. That's insane. 7 million billion flash, 18 analog inputs. These things are beasts. Oh, you can use all kinds of different stuff. How fast it is. Oh my God. Okay, anyway, yeah, so this thing is going to be bored even in our application, but I'm not going to do Teensy 4.1. It would be nice to have all that I/O, but it's not really going to fit. I mean, I would have to desolder this and put it maybe vertically in this area, and then I would have a lot of I/O. But this thing will be able to run the port expanders. So if I have that running the port expander, and if I have the port expander do like an interrupt, It doesn't need to be an interrupt to this thing, but it can look on the pin and say, ah, something's changed, and come in and check in on what's changed on the port expander. So we'll be using a port expander on this. M7, wow, yeah, really. It's a beast of a chip. It's really cool. But we're using a 4.1, which is the same processor. It's on a smaller package, and so we'll use a port expander in order to run some of this stuff. I'm really debating it though. If I could spend the $30 tomorrow, and I could get a 4.1 in the mail in due time, and then my I/O issues would be completely gone. And then I wouldn't have to run an ancient port expander on this thing. I could have all the stuff go just directly to pins. I'm thinking I might actually do that, to be honest, because like look at all we're using here. So we have 2 pins for DC. We have I2C, but that's killing more analog ins. We have I2S coming out of some of the pins. We're just kind of running out of pins here. The display is taking its own serial, S-bus, and then I2S. Oh, geez, what did I do? I don't know. No, we're gonna keep this on this chip. I'm not gonna go all in on that. I'm gonna keep this on this chip. It should be able to function perfectly well with this. It's a fast enough processor. It's just that we're gonna have to run a port expander in order to run all of the buttons, which is pretty low priority, and then the encoder. And the digital inputs from the gates, because that's 6 inputs for the gates. And then all the digital signals come out of the processor with I2S and I2C and serial. Whew. It's a lot. It's a lot. Boogie, woogie, woogie. So encoder A, encoder B, and ground. And then the buttons need a ground, and we have ground coming in from the power supply. So we don't necessarily need a ground on the output of the encoder. So we could do A, B, and switch all with a 3-pin plug. Or I could do a 4-pin plug because we've already got a 3-pin plug associated with power, and then we'll just have another ground on it. So in fact, I would rather do a 4-pin plug because then I won't accidentally plug in power to the rest of the system. And I'm out of 4-pin plugs because we've used them in a lot of projects. I have another kit. I have another kit. Oh, and also if I need to, I can use some of these. Although these, when you get into the larger pin numbers, they don't jive because they don't fit in 0.1 inch space. They're a little bit more narrow than 0.1. Yeah, I could bend the pins around and get it to fit if I need to, but this is a JST PH. It's a different series. They're a little bit more compact. There is my other, I just put all the oh, there it is. What the hell? I've got like 10 JST kits. All right, 4 pins. So if that's for the encoder, I guess I could just plug it right here because that's where it's going. Yeah, we'll just do that blatantly in the middle of everything, and that'll hopefully... Well, do I have room for a label? Yeah, I have room for a label. I'm not going to go all the way up to the edge with the plugs. There's going to be like a big wiring harness on this thing. And I could have avoided that if I designed a circuit board. The temptation is huge. It's always there when you do a project like this, too. It's like, why am I sitting here doing all this work when I can just lay out a PCB? I would have 1 power inlet for the whole thing, and all the chips would be surface mount, and I'd have all of the instrumentation, trim pots. I could label them. The thing is, it gets out of that 100 by 100 millimeter design size, so it would probably be pretty expensive. That's the disadvantage. It would probably be pretty expensive. And I could even stick with this perf board and just have a printed circuit board that goes on the back and has all that stuff on it, all the muxes and whatnot. Ooh, it's so tempting. It's so tempting. It's so tempting. It's so tempting. But then I would need to break down these designs and incorporate those onto this size of circuit board. And that's a lot. And then have pins for this. So it'd be that sitting there. And then I'd have to have 6 of the... I don't think it would fit. And I refuse to think about it anymore. 4 pin for the encoder. 6 pins for the outputs of these guys. Power and ground. Maybe I can put that all the way over here. It'd be better if it's off to the end. But that means I can't wrap the whole harness together, so maybe I can put it just right next to all of the... Yeah, maybe right next to all this stuff. That's towards the top of the board anyway. That's where the screen's going to hook up. The screen's going to use a lot of 5 volts because it's a vacuum fluorescent display. It's a VFD. Very cool looking, pretty retro. I'll have to tune these LEDs so that they're not that bright compared to the VFD, because the VFD is not going to be terribly bright. We got it working. We made it say hello world. Once I get all this hardware together, we can start putting together modules that will display things, like get something to read what note is coming in or what DC voltage level's coming in, and we can vet that against other stuff. But I can start coming up with the visuals as we vet out the various hardware functions of this thing. So we got DC input, we got to look at the LED, we have to look at the gate function input, you know, all that stuff together. It's going to be a lot of coding. We're going to be in software hell for a little while. So while we're in software hell, I may take some time to work on Burn the Subs as something to keep my fingers occupied so I don't go crazy. All right, so 4 pins for... Oh, that's crooked. I'll have to live with that. 4 pins for the encoder, 3 pins power input. There'll probably be plus, ground, minus. And so plus and minus need to go along here. And then ground needs to go basically to everyone. Ow, scratchy pins. Oh, it looks like ground comes across here too. That's going to cut everything in a way that I don't want it to. It's all right though. I got to choose which pins for those buttons. And I'm going to need all of the buttons to come out to another board too. That's obnoxious. So the LEDs handle themselves. They're relying on the signal down here. They get power and ground and just do their thing. The buttons get a pin header. The outputs get a pin header. So the buttons, I think I'm going to put something right here, a 6 pin. I don't have a 7 pin connector. Yeah, we only go up to 6 on these things. So that's going to rely on power ground. Unlike the encoder, that's going to have its own ground for the encoder. That's all right. We got multiple encoder grounds coming in. No harm, no foul. This is another 5 pin. I meant to get a 6 pin. Son of a bitch. You could always do a weird scheme with the buttons and make them do multiple voltage levels. BMW did that for the controls on the stock in the early 2000s, I think. It's like their old scheme was a certain way, but in order to get fewer wires to carry all of the signals back, you would have multiple voltage levels representing where your stock's position was, instead of having 10 pins go back to a controller. Technically, I would like this to be in this area, because then I can have all of these bundled together and just label them, but I don't have a space where I can really work that in. I guess I could put it like this, and then I would run up to the buttons. Can I put it in? No, the buttons will interfere with it. Yeah, that doesn't work. This is like my only option, is to just stick it right here haphazardly. I'll just do it like that. I guess that's what I gotta do. Nobody ever asks how ground is. Nobody cares. I'm feeling kind of low. Feeling like a 0. Now I got to reach for the soldering iron, but the light is right on top of my hand, so I can't get up to it. Pulled by the cable. Oh, whoa! Oh, I'm so glad they put a silicon wire on this thing. This iron cable would have been melted to hell by now if that wasn't silicon rubber. Silicon rubber, luckily, can withstand soldering temperatures. Is it still raining out? I think it is. We'll check in a minute. All right, and now I still don't trust it. Well, actually, these hold on pretty well. Yeah, that doesn't move at all. So now I can solder the other side rather, and it'll hold. It will hold the line. There we go. So that's where that's going to live. So now I've got 3-pin power, buttons, inputs, and the encoder. The next project we do like this, we're going to design a circuit board. I think it's worth the $120 that it's probably going to cost. I'll be pulling my hair out for a little while, but then we just build everything. I mean, they are their own animal. They're their own thing to kind of troubleshoot. So if we go through this piece by piece and I like plug this thing into power and then plug inputs into these, we can test out the LED circuits, you know, bit by bit as we work through the rest of the circuit. You know, and I can do the ohming out for this thing, and we can make sure that the encoder works. And this also means that I can plug the encoder in wherever I feel like it. So if I suddenly have a decision to use the TNC 4.1 and I decide to turn this thing on its side and put a bunch of plugs on the periphery, I can do that. I always ask, why M ground? Why M ground? What are ground? Who are ground? Man, I wonder who's actually pushing the limits on the Teensy platform now. What are they doing? You know, because there's some pretty intense stuff you can do with an M7 at 600 megahertz. It's not exactly the 3.3 gigahertz of a laptop, but man, it is a lot. There's a lot going on there. As a physical computing platform, it's a little bit extra. Guy I know wrote a whole CAN bus for a race car using a Teensy. Holy shit. Damn. That's cool as hell. All right, so the button hookups, how do those work? Those are crisscross, aren't they? And I can actually get that circuit built. We've got all of our stuff on the board, aside from like capacitors that I never know where to use. Oh, it's a Teensy 4.1. Oh my God. That has to be some intense code. God, that would be cool. We used the Teensy 3.2 and we reverse engineered the what do you call it? The LIN bus, the local interconnect network bus of a Mercedes steering wheel. And I built a LIN bus. I built 2 LIN bus, custom LIN bus peripherals so that my entire steering wheel and the pedals are all on the LIN bus. And they communicate with a base station that fools a Granite Devices force feedback steering wheel controller into thinking that it has an RF modem and a wireless wheel module. So it is doing all of the TX and RX that are part of the Bluetooth Low Energy connection process, and it's getting signals back that make it think that a Bluetooth Low Energy steering wheel with a bunch of buttons on it is connecting. And that lets me hit a whole bunch of buttons on the LIN bus steering wheel and it to be interpreted by the Teensy 3.1 and then relayed to the Granite Devices controller so that I can have those as buttons. It's basically making a wireless system wired. It was a lot of work. Those streams are up in the VODs. It was very complicated. Yeah, it takes in signals and it responds with signals that the microcontroller that's using, making the arcade wheel thinks it's supposed to be getting, because Granite Devices built in a system for more buttons than what their base station can take, and that system uses wireless means. They were supposed to release an API that we could use to communicate with TX and RX to their system, and then I would just be able to tell it button pressed. I wouldn't have to do all this chicanery where I pretend to be a Bluetooth low energy device. We learned a lot about Bluetooth low energy and ourselves that day, but that was a whole thing. We had to pretend that we're one of their peripherals, and so I had to buy the peripheral, so that wasn't very efficient. It became personal. I wanted to stick it to them. I had to buy the peripheral, observe the signaling that was going on, and copy it and interpret it and get to know it. And it turns out it was all part of like a system that was known. It's like a known way that things operate in Bluetooth low energy. Yeah, check our roadmap. It would have been very nice if they had done that, but what Granite Devices decided to do was pivot, and they pivoted into having their wheel system be sort of an all-in-one with the servo motor. So they didn't have the DIY element anymore. They didn't want you to really do that. They made it all contained within their own thing, which is fine. They have very nice controllers. They sort of advertised the Swiss Army knife of industrial controls because you can use any motor with them. And that's the appeal to me, because I can source motors off of eBay for cheap. Well, I used to be able to get them for cheap. I think people caught on to it. I think people caught on, and now all those industrial parts are fewer and far between. I should be a functional streamer and actually get like sponsorships, but these companies are so big, I think they just don't care. Like if I ask General Electric, hey, can I get like a servo motor? They'll just go ha 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 and then crush me under their heel. They'll laugh into their top hats and monocles. Okay, so these do work crisscross. Yeah, the multimeter that I use is Fluke because I can drop it from a fire engine and run over it, and it'll still work. There's something very nice about these Fluke meters. This one, in fact, I had to repair. I had to repair it. I had to, basically something went wrong on the microcontroller for this thing and it broke. So I went on eBay and I found a Fluke 179 that had been in a fire. And the outside was all melted. And so I took the inside and I put it in this one. And it's the only maintenance I've had to do on this thing since 2001. I don't know if this thing was out 2001, but you know. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos in the past years. Buying XYZ on eBay illegal? For what? What are they buying? Twitch, why aren't you talking? You're being embarrassed by YouTube right now. Doesn't hurt to ask for big gifts from Big Corpo. I did contact one servo company, and their comment was that I used the F word in one of their videos, among other things. Canada's trying to make the Flipper Zero illegal? I was getting there. It's okay, Brig. I tried to buy a Flipper Zero, and the credit card company told me that some shady activity had happened on the credit card. I would like to get a Flipper Zero, and I don't think my chat does not feel as charitable as they used to. I don't think anybody's going to be buying me freebies, so. Usually rich people buying welding lasers that turn them into weapons. I hate those. Those are very bad. These guys with these powerful lasers making everything look exciting and fun. The thing about powerful lasers, we use lasers on this show. I know my lasers. You don't have to just worry about where the dot is. That thing is going to be casting off all kinds of bright light in every direction. It's bad. You want to flippy. No, I don't think I would have any use for a Flipper Zero other than unifying a bunch of different remotes that I use. I don't really think I'd have any good use for it. I wouldn't do it justice. I sit in a basement and I solder circuits together. But yeah, those lasers are incredibly dangerous, especially when you get up to the power levels where they start actually being able to cut something. Like a derusting laser would be a lot of fun. I just want to bully people on the subway. Doors are opening. Doors are closing. Doors are opening. Yeah, one thing would be learning other, like the neighbor's car unlocks using key lock, the key lock system. There's a lot of funny stuff. There's a lot of funny stuff. You know, you could get into your friend's insulin pump and do funny things. That would be very funny. What a funny prank. We hacked this guy's insulin pump. I bought a fiber laser, but shelled out the extra money for one with an enclosure. I have not dealt with a fiber laser yet, although I would always love to. I've been on the cusp of it. I don't know what I would do with a fiber laser. Because we etch wood. That doesn't require anything beyond your typical DSP leftover laser. In fact, it's getting to be to the point where you can't find ones that are unpowerful enough. I want to bully Subway people by dropping their calls when they talk loudly on a speakerphone. Yeah, I disconnected this guy from his diabetes management device because he was being loud on the cell phone. Funny pranks. You can play a game on the case. Said it's overpriced, but you can cobble stuff together and make one. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. You can't just deflect the laser with any mirror, it's shattered. I can't believe the amount of expertise that isn't required in order to fuck around with lasers. I used to fuck around with lasers a lot. Yes, on higher power lasers, you need special metals. For like CO2 lasers, you need like a certain, it's like that bronze colored material, and you want front faced mirrors because you don't want to be diverting your beam. Piece of glass is a beam diverter, and actually it's a very complicated beam diverter. Oh my God, they're so dangerous. So dangerous. We tried to prove that the Earth is flat. Well, we tried to prove the Earth is round. It's not, according to our experiment. Apparently, you know, I have the whole optical table. We put it here on the desk, and I bought on eBay because they're cheap. Because when scientists are done with equipment, they go, fuck all this stuff. I'm going to buy new next time. Again. And so what they do is they sell all of this old equipment. And so there's resellers for things like optical table equipment. You can buy all kinds of really awesome stuff. We tried to prove that the Earth was round. It's not. We tried to prove the Earth was round. We made a ring laser. So we set a laser to go into a beam splitter and then go on two paths, clockwise and anti-clockwise, around an area. And the bigger the area, the more of a diversion you get when your whole system starts spinning. And spinning and spinning like this. Nobody gets your stupid song references, bother. So when it spins on a microscopic, on like a microscopic scale, what's happening is one beam will travel faster than the other. And if it's traveling faster than the other, when they meet up, the phases of the light, the ups and the downs of the wiggling of the light. If you think of light as a wave, not a particle, the waviness will no longer meet up or not meet up, because the phase on a micrometer level, on the actual wavelength level, no longer meets up. And so this pattern of dots that you get when the two laser beams converge will change. And that change can be then related to a certain amount of spin. The Earth is a sphere, an oblate spheroid that is barreling around through space. And as it barrels around through space, you get 15 degrees, I believe it's per hour. Is it 15 degrees either a minute or an hour? I forget which one it is, but it's 15 degrees, you get this spin. And so the flat earthers went, well, this ring laser gyroscope stuff, I mean, like, surely we can definitely prove that the Earth is flat if we can say that it's not spinning. And so thousands of dollars were contributed, and they bought a ring laser gyroscope. These are the things that are used in like navigation for like missiles and shit, right? They're used in some military industrial shit. So they put this thing on the desk, plug it in, and it wasn't instant. They had a guy working on it. But even for the documentary about flat earthers, they go up to the guy and they're like, so how's it going? He's like, well, you know, there's like a 15 degree per minute like deviation, so we're still working on it. And it's like, dear God, you guys you're dumb. They're not necessarily dumb. They're closed off to the reality of things. They are using the scientific method, which is to be commended, but they are not taking in data that is counter to their suppositions. But what I wanted to do was set up an entire optical setup. So I spent like $100 on 2 of those auctions that had varying optical equipment. So I've got all this really cool optical equipment, and we were able to put together like a real shitty optical table. We eventually used a diode laser, but I do have tube lasers that we tried at first. Tube lasers have a much more coherent beam, and it's cleaner and all that stuff. It's nice to use a tube laser. The ones that are used in the real ring laser gyroscopes, you have a tube laser that's emitting at both sides. I don't have that. I don't have the ability to load up a neon tube, so I don't want to take the mirrors out of mine, and like aligning mirrors on a laser is like it's an exercise in frustration and annoyance. But so we tried, and we set up the ring, and I used all these different tools in order to make sure that the ring was overlapping the whole way. I don't even know if that's something that needs to be done. We put it back onto a target, and our interference pattern didn't quite look right. We got an interference pattern, but I could move the table on a turntable just a little bit, and it kind of, I don't know, we didn't quite have the results that I wanted. So at some point we'll take that out again on a rainy day. Maybe a different rainy day. We'll take it out again and maybe play around with it and see what we can do. There's other stuff that I can do with a laser table, and I've got to figure that out, because the only other use that I would have for my optics table is to put it on the mill as a hold-down table. Be a good hold-down table for a mill. Problem is, that means that it would get like damaged and stuff as I use it for the mill, but otherwise it's just collecting dust. So I like being a good optical table experiment. I think there's a lot of fun stuff in that. But yeah, no, laser cutter, we don't, no. I wouldn't be able to use a laser cutter, because with a laser cutter, you need a lot of air handling. The guy behind me was taking over the train noise for 30 minutes after being told to shut up by a conductor. Oh, dear God. Yeah, that's when you start really thinking about, like, well, I know it's illegal to block cell phones, but if I could just get this guy too frustrated to make a call, emergency calls would still be able to go out. Room-sized photo relay. God. Welcome to my 1-pixel digital camera. Faraday effect. That's a pretty neat experiment you can do with the lasers. I mean, you could also do the, the duality of light and particle and a wave with interferometry. You could make holograms, but that gets very frustrating because you can't talk in the room where you're photoing a hologram. Photo paper can hold so much information that you can have a 3-dimensional image in it, and you can use lasers to create that 3-dimensional image. It just requires some particular bouncing of light and expanding of beams so that you get the illumination on the object to be just right, and then you expose that to paper and you have a hologram. The problem being, we're talking about micrometer, we're talking about wavelength size measurements meeting up. And it's not that you have to adjust it to within wavelength size measurements, it's that the waves of oxygen coming out of your mouth, the vibrations that you're using to create sound, are enough that they're going to make your hologram blurry. You can't walk in the room, you can't talk in the room, or you have to have a big air suspension, like airbag concrete style table, in order to make sure that those vibrations aren't translated all the way up to your optical table. It's nuts. It's crazy stuff. Yeah, flight attendants are more, flying versus trains. I just don't understand why people wouldn't get headphones. It's crazy. All right. God, we haven't gotten anything done. This is what happened last time. I'm going to have to spend some time wiring this on my own, to be honest, but we'll come back and do almost exactly the same thing. I'm going to have a bar of grounds going across here that's going to cut off this whole area to everything else, but we'll have wires that go over to this plug and then wires that go up to these 6, and then we can test it out. It's crazy that such insanely sophisticated hologram tech was used to put fancy decals on action figures. I suppose when you get up to the industrial level of hologram making, it's a little bit more like scalable and less sensitive. Fan holograms, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's crazy. I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to. There are cheaper, like wanting to make a hologram. There is a cheap kit where you can make holograms, and it's pretty cool. And it's just like paper mirror holdups. So like you can get a pretty good hologram in a pretty bad setup. God, this thing is so ridiculous. I guess one of these leads has to go to ground. I need to figure out which one, and then I can do a ground that runs through here, and then a ground that runs across here. Ay, ay, ay. This is very space inefficient, but let's get some exposed wire, and I can use that to make my ground planes. Wine glass on a phone, what does that do? I've not heard of that one. You can buy double slits from these optical companies in order to do a double slit experiment. Cut the top off a plastic cup, put it over a 3D picture. Oh, that thing. Yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen it before, but I've never tried it. That sounds really cool. Yeah, just the distorted optics in the phone, and it makes it look like a three-dimensional. It's that whole, what's his name's ghost thing? Hold on, I gotta do this thing. This to the side. We'll get this on the microscope, at least a little bit. Even simpler with a wine glass. Huh. That's a great part trick. Yeah, I wish I had these tricks back in the day. Back when I was young. I'm not old. Shut up. Left-handed soldering. Is there anything he can't do? My God. Actually, I can't do this. There we go. Okay, now I can right-hand solder the rest of them. Of course, my hand blocks the light a lot of the time. It's kind of difficult. I didn't originally set this thing up for streaming, this shop. All right, deep breath. There we go. Steady my hand. Is that, oh God, that better not be dog hair. I don't want to smell burning hair again. It probably is, though. We have a corgi puppy, and she sheds all over the place. She's crazy. I had her solo for the last week, and very, very cute. Because she would wait for me at the top of the stairs for when I was done at night, and I would then carry her upstairs, and she'd spend the night pushing me off the side of the bed. And if I was like, hey, Willow, can I get a little bit of room here? She would growl at me. She is a fluffy Pembroke. She's 2 years old, 40 pounds. She's not fat, though. She doesn't look fat. I don't know what the fucking scale at the vet is not kind to her. Same with the scale at my endocrinologist's. It's not fair. The scales are used too much. They get used for like day after day, and the sensors go out of whack. I'm not actually, I don't weigh that much. It's stupid sensors. A 12-year-old cardio, it's very cute. Yeah, oh man. She's so funny because I would be sleeping, wake up in the middle of the night and look over, and the dog, I'd see all four paws directly up in the air because she was just rolled over on her back. She loves being a goofball. The problem is, yeah, good doggo, she's the best. The problem is a lot of the videos that I uploaded recently and the ones that I went through of my past streams, she is all up in the shop. She's hanging out, being a goofball, doing tricks for camera. And then I don't know what changed. I think she just likes to monitor the window because she no longer, oh, I can hear the rain right now. It is definitely still raining out. She no longer comes down here. I don't think she likes me yelling into the furniture. I think she likes her quiet time, which is unfortunate. As a puppy, she would love to come down and hang out. And she would have been like a co-star. I'm always jealous of those streamers that are like popular. There wasn't anything else to that. That was the whole sentence. I'm always jealous of those streamers that have their bed behind them, because if I had my bed behind me, I would definitely encourage the corgi to hang out on the bed. I would always love, you know, like Funhouse when Benson was hanging around. And if I could have that with Willow, you guys could see how goofy the corgi is when they get comfortable. Because when they get comfortable, they roll around on their back, and you get some weirdo sleeping positions. Yeah, they're herding dogs. Yep, that's what she does. She's very much a herding dog. It was funny the other day, she was playing with all her friends, because she has this neighborhood is somewhat compact in terms of the layout of the house. Oh, it's really coming down out there. It's somewhat compact in the layout of the houses, so we're all on top of each other, and so a bunch of us have herding dogs, and one of them is an Irish herder, and the Irish herder would bring out a toy, because it's the only way that they can quiet her from barking when going in and out of the house. So the dog comes out with a toy, drops the toy, and goes says hi to her friends. Willow goes and grabs the toy, because she has to have it, teases everybody else about having a toy, and then growls at them if they try to get it away. So we played with the Frisbee for a little while, and then the Irish herding dog was done. She was tired, done playing. Took her toy, went up to the top of the driveway, which is up just a little bit of a hill, and sat down where she could observe everybody else with her toy, with her conquest. It was really funny to see. It's like direct herding instinct coming into play. I don't know how they know to do that stuff, but it's just what they're comfortable with. Yeah, the dog has more friends than I do now at this point. After I was a bit of a social butterfly growing up, I had lots of different groups of friends. You guys still see that. I get Julian and Dave over here now and then to do music stuff. I tried to have some other friends on, but all they talk about is freaking like Bitcoin and shit. And it's like, I don't want to, this is boring. You guys are boring. So they're not allowed on the show anymore. But Julian and Dave doing the music stuff. Julian knows how to operate something like a stream. It's important to know how to do the gab. You've always got to be talking about something. The only time I get work done is when Julian and Dave are here, because they can go off and do their stuff, and I can be quiet for once and actually get this done. Streamers are unaware that they're actually quite talented at talking about random bullshit. It's more of a skill than you'd think. I'm going to need a ground line to go along the buttons, but not connect to every single one, because it's only every other, or it's only every other pin, because the buttons connect crossways, crisscross. I guess I could use this one to go over and connect. Well, let's put the ground in first. And then I can also drop down the ground pin from the op amps too. In one-layer PCBs, you'll often see people using tricks like using the button as a trace, because this pin connects to this pin. And if you've got a one-layer PCB and you've got a trace running through here and cutting off the other pin, you could actually get to it or get over the trace by using that crisscross. You very seldomly see it, but I have seen it. I've seen it. I guess we'll go from the far pin, and that way the near pin, near pin, near pin, near pin, and then this one would go here, and that one can go down and over. So we'll use this one as ground. Actually, no, if we use this one as our pin, then it'll be that, and then this can go or up and over, and then the rest of them will have to sort themselves out with these pins. So if we use the far pin, well, but if we use the near pin, I can just go boop, boop. Decisions. So that would be a straight shot. That's a nice, easy one. And this one's a nice, easy one, too. And the rest of them would have wires coming out. Yeah, maybe we use the far pin. Okay, so the far pin is the connection pin, which means the near pin is the ground pin. Also means this one is ground, which is really inconvenient for this one. Well, whatever, who cares? You can't please them all. Damn, it's really coming down out there. The problem with rainy days is that Willow becomes a poop terrorist. My dog becomes a poop terrorist. Everyone in the house right now is under threat of poop. She will decide that she doesn't want to poop outside in the rain because she doesn't like getting her paws wet. And so she will not poop for the whole day. We'll take her out. She'll want to come right back inside. And then tomorrow morning we wake up, there's a big pile of poop. And it's not a mystery who did it, because I don't poop on the floor anymore. This goes all the way to that far one. And then we can also bring it over here where it will do the button's negative contact. And those three are the AB ground, actually, aren't they? I think it's AB ground, so maybe we'll put it up to here because it might go to the center pin. I have to look up the encoder and figure out what the pins are. So we're going to this pin. Put some solder there so I remember it. There's not enough. What happened there? Surface tension is a hell of a drug. Bring that to here. Yeah, unfortunately, I was very resistant of the channel whales that we've gotten over the years. I don't want to have whales, but that also means that I don't have the resources to like get a Flipper Zero. I don't really think we do a lot with a Flipper Zero though, for the cost of it. We could probably get into a little bit of trouble, but is it really worth it? Is it really worth it? So this is how I do ground traces. I like to keep them exposed because sometimes you have to run grounds in different locations and stuff like that. Sometimes you want to hook into the ground in order to test an element of your circuit. I keep them exposed and then I solder them down to the holes so that in case this brushes up against anything, it doesn't rip my, my ground wire out. It's one of the few things that I can afford to do with the exposed 30 gauge wire. And it keeps your circuit nice and tight. They've come down a bit. They were $200 at release. They're $170, $160 now, depending on who you ask. That's still a big buy for me. Actually, for the LAN parties, I'm looking at getting one of these console-like computers. The, what is it? The Legion Let's Go? Or the Legion Go. There's no Let's Go in that. The Legion Go I was looking at. It's like a 3 gigahertz system. I guess it runs Windows, which is a little odd. But it would mean I wouldn't have to lug around my big computer to go to LAN parties. I could let that sit. Yeah, they're pretty much off of the Steam Deck. I like that there's a whole category of hardware for that, where it's like, it costs probably as much as a shuttle PC. It's not as configurable and upgradable as a shuttle PC, but it's a lot smaller than one, and it has a good screen and a... your homeboy just bought it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, see, like, I go to LAN parties because us old men want to relive the old days and play multiplayer games, and it gets us out of the house so that we have a dedicated day of playing games instead of trying to, like, schedule stuff when other things are going on. It's like if you dedicate your time to leaving the house, you concentrate on the thing a lot more. I never made it to Million Man LAN. I was going to go to that with my friends. They sent me a picture back of my empty desk at Million Man LAN. That was a very sad day. But anyway, yeah, we do like little mini LANs, and we'll just play a game for the day, like, you know, Sons of the Forest or something like that. But lugging my computer to and fro has been very annoying as we get on in the years. So if I have a go bag with a little portable PC in it, that would be kind of fun. I want to go to a LAN party. I know, like, Million Man LAN must have been so good for the file sharing. You could have found all kinds of weird fucking shit. College would run Ethernet cable over the dorm rooms from multiple Halo. We had a like a file server that somebody ran out of their dorm. This is just when LCDs were starting to become popular, and as soon as I made the jump to LCD, I was never looking back. Bro, but the refresh rate, I don't give a shit, man. I can still feel my legs after getting my monitor up these stairs. like I am not bothered by refresh rates. Plus, we like to play more cerebral games, you know? Halo just celebrated 12 years. Oh, man, all the time that I've spent at Blood Gulch. We did the, what you call it? Halo Cursed Edition recently. My friend and I played through that whole thing, and oh my god, it's a masterpiece. It's like a love letter to Halo. What's his name? Fire something or other. Definitely likes Halo, you could tell. And then somebody tried to release like another cursed style Halo mod for like Halo 3 or something like that, and you could tell that they didn't like love Halo. It was just made to be kind of like, what's his name? I wish I remembered the guy's handle. 12 years, it came out in 2001. It did kind of, wait, was it 2001? Yeah, it was 2001, I remember. It's 24 years, dude. No, it's only 10 years. It's only 10 years, and the 90s were just then. They were just, yeah, it was only 10 years. 2014, okay? Don't do this to me. Much of the internet is going to have to reconcile the fact that we are getting old, but we're not old. And I know that my generation of late millennials or early millennials has to get with that fact. You can still be young at heart. You don't have to resign yourself to being an old man. I hate that they're doing that. The past 25 years has zipped by. Not so much if you really think about it. We've been through a lot of bullshit. There's been plenty of time. Whatever, if I go gray-haired, if I become like Salt and Pepper Beard, that's gonna be a boost to my channel. I'll look more like a mad scientist. Back in the day, my friend bought a new house and held the land before moving in furniture. Over 24 players. Damn, we can't command that many people these days, huh? We don't have that ability. I remember a friend of mine did a land in college, and he had his high school friends and his college friends there. So I was there parked with the college friends, and we decided to play like TA with a bunch of us. It was like 10 to 20 people in this house. Crazy. Even before that, in high school, we attempted to do a LAN, and my friend had a switch, not a router. And so it didn't assign IPs to anything. And we didn't know that. We didn't know how that stuff worked. So we were all at this place with all of this equipment and no way to network everybody together. It was embarrassing. Like, oh man. But yeah, those LAN parties were a lot of fun. What we do is there's 4 of us, actually 3 of us now, and we just get together at a friend's house who doesn't have any kids, and we get all our computers together and we play games all day. And unfortunately, nowadays it's taken on Sunday, and so people need to get to sleep so they can get to work. So there's a dead time. We're not able to game until all wee hours of the night. We used to go, you know, through the night, but millennials were never cool, and we're okay with that. Well, there were those of us who were cool were boring. We've discovered that they were in fact boring people, the cool people. They're exceedingly boring, and now they all have kids and families, and so we can ignore them. Maybe their kids will be more interesting and they'll get into something that's cool, but that's not our problem. We were the kids that were made fun of because we did stuff that was different, and that difference was part of our wonderful personalities. The nerds are the ones that are in their adult life more interesting people. It's just the way of things. All right, so let's see. I mean, part of getting ridiculed in school is difference. You get ridiculed for the stuff you do that's different, and that stuff, in fact, makes you unique and interesting. It's unfortunate that it happens that way, but again, we were just getting, my generation was just getting out of the 80s, so. I need more seltzer water, because I'm getting dry. How things going, Rukar? How you been? Oh, I gotta check my glucose level. If I'm thirsty, it probably means I'm hyperglycemic. The interesting people in high school were the ones that peaked early. I thought I was pretty interesting, but I didn't peak early. I'm still reliving the old days in my head. Okay, my glucose level was high, but it is coming back down. Yeah, no, I like the little group of people holding lands, and I think if I get the Lego, the Legion Go, I don't know, man. It's $500-something, but it's basically buying like a smaller shuttle PC. Let me go over what I'm thinking about with this thing. So the Legion Go, small screen, lots of resolution on it. I would not use that. I would plug it into this monitor here. So I would have to take this ViewSonic and have a USB-C hub that I could plug into it, and then I could do keyboard and mouse, and I would have this big monitor. This big monitor is not 1080p, so my eyes wouldn't go fuzzy after a certain number of hours. So I could have the PC there on a stand. It could be doing something else with the other monitor. I could monitor Discord or something because I'm the only moderator on that channel. And then I would have keyboard and mouse, controller if I wanted to do something with, you know, like in GTA where you switch from one to the other to like drive something. And then it would all fit in one bag. Keyboard, mouse, computer, all in one little thing. You could use an old tube scope, oscilloscope as a monitor. You're ignoring the entire purpose of this thing, and that's not lugging around a bunch of really heavy hardware. So I would show up with one bag, set it all up, and then I could leave with the one bag. And then in the interim, I could use the Let's Go to like play games when I'm hanging out with the dog. So it would get me out of this room a little bit more. Then at its end of life, when that thing is dead, and it wouldn't die, it would just go out of spec. So when that thing could no longer play games, which by the way, I mean, given the specs of consoles, that's in a long time. When that happens, I could then relegate it to something like Linux CNC, and I would have a touchscreen computer that I could hook up to something like a CNC machine. That's my thought on that. So how much is a shuttle PC with similar specs? And I don't think, you know, $560. Graphics cards are insane nowadays. So I think it might actually be a prudent purchase for me. How do you deal with a swarf from the mill so close to the electronics? The mill doesn't get used all the time, and when I do use it, it is dirtying up its area. I put stuff in a rack over here, and the purpose of the rack was so that I could close the glass door on the rack and then have it all isolated. Now, over time, that's sort of, I've lost track of that, and I probably need to get back to that. I need to design the front panel for this computer. This is a water-cooled rack mount computer. Design a little panel for the side here where I can have all the USB hookups. Move some of the USB hookups to the back of the rack because I have it situated such that I can unplug the whole rack and it's like its own thing. And, you know, move like the oscilloscope connection to the back and then get it, basically take everything out of the rack, move everything forward, take off these handles, and then I'd be able to close this from the front and the back. Yeah, I tried to be very fancy with it. I tried to make it its own closed environment, its own closed environment so that all the dust and chips and stuff wouldn't get into it. That hasn't happened. I wasn't able to achieve that goal. I need to clean up over there, don't I? So the mill scale that gets all over everything, I cleaned it up constantly. After a couple uses of the mill, I'll clean up this area and then vacuum and wipe off all the surfaces. So in terms of it getting into electronics, it really doesn't. The like the keyboard and stuff over here just gets dusty. And I'm not doing hardcore milling every day with it, so the mill scale is a lot less crazy. Made a gigantic pasta salad for dinner and lunch tomorrow and added a spice mix that had gone bad, so it tasted like old fish. Oh, god damn it, Runekar. That sucks. The recent thing that I did was a rump roast. I took, you know, the rump cut of meat. I put it, I grilled it on the grill. I did onion, mushroom, celery, a little bit of oil, fried that up in a Dutch oven, got them everything soft, put that in there with wine, and, you know, took the scale off of the pot. That then went in the oven at 200 degrees. I did it at a very low temperature for like 8 hours. And then you take that shit out, perfect. Yeah, is that a PA thing? I didn't know that was a PA thing. I mean, I get my bagels down by the shore. with M. Johns and Water Ice. But I tried to do a Delco accent, but I can't do it. I have friends that do a Delco accent. I can't do it. It's hilarious. I would love to be able to talk like that. I think you have to like inject your mouth with like Botox or something, so it's really lazy. I have a secret for cluttery spaces. Just put an Indian throw over it. Just take a rug. No. My cluttery space solution is just organize. Everything in place and everything in its place. But yeah, the rump roast turned out really nice. Problem is on the verge of being dry. So what I did is I turned all of that leftover, the wine and the onion and the stuff, and I turned it into a gravy with a little bit of flour and a little bit of like gravy stuff. Turned that into a nice thick gravy. Then I had a bunch of gravy and what was left over from the meal of the meat. So I chipped it, threw it back in, and now it's chips and gravy. And it's actually delicious. It's a very easy meal, and it's a slow cooking kind of thing. Wasn't till, what's that guy? Blah, blah, blah. It wasn't until I went and lived in North Carolina and learned that, oh, they call it something else. And biscuits? I don't have biscuits. I don't know if I can bake them in time. Yeah, chips and gravy. It's going to be delicious. I'm going to want to die after eating it. I meant to smoke it. I was going to smoke the rump roast. And there's a recipe out there where the guy does the whole smoking thing to make that crust on the outside, where he does the mustard and sugar rub on the outside, and you put that in the smoker. But I was like, I don't want to take out the smoker. That thing's all situated, and I can do some good stuff with the smoker, but we should do a smoking stream where all I do is I put the stuff in the smoker and I just leave the camera for 10 hours, and the camera's just on the smoker and there's just a little wisp of smoke coming off of it for 10 hours. Then I'd be able to get my smoking sponsorship. Smoke. Okay, oh, how does the AB encoder work? Let's look that up. Docker. Oh, we're not, no. AB encoder is an AB sine wave. That's for industrial stuff. Maybe we try... rotary encoder. And then we've got this common part that everybody uses. And that gives me KY040 data sheet. There's a bunch of stuff by the keyboard. It's driving me absolutely fucking nuts. Like, I'm a slob, and especially when I do electronics, I become more of a slob. I'm not like an Asmongold slob. That is on another level. That shit is fucking rank. But, like, I had no trouble with there being 2 seltzer bottles. That missed the recycle bin. God damn it. But this is what happens when you do projecting, right? I've got all this stuff in my periphery just in case I want to make, you know, a click hold the game joke. I've got the clicker right here. Or if I want to show you guys what a solderless breadboard is. It's a miracle that dude is alive. Didn't he have like a mouse thing going on recently? Yeah. For me, it's that I have a lot of stuff in a small space, and that tends to, like, you know, it tends to propagate, and I need just a little bit of the ability to get to all of my stuff. It's not, that's actually goof off. That's goof off for cleaning circuit boards, and it actually belongs up here. But this stuff has kind of gotten in the way. Ugh. I need to clean up the shop. I should do a cleanup stream. He had a rat the other day. I think it was dead. And then he does all that incel shit that I can't stand. I don't understand what's wrong with fucking gamers these days. Their brains all broke. Their brains all broke and they became fucking, you know, anti-woman. It's like, what's wrong? What happened to you guys? It's disturbing. It's really disturbing. Your shop looks comfy. You know, I like my space. I just wish there was a corgi down here to keep me company. She has a bed. And it is under the desk over here. Ah! See that? See all that stuff down there? That's my partner blanket that Twitch sent me when I partnered. I partnered with with Twitch, and they sent me like a gift basket of a bunch of weird stuff. I have partner socks that I use to keep the microphones from getting dusty. But then she's got her little bed right there. So then when I'm working on this computer, this one over here, it's covered in bullshit. This computer over here, when I'm working on this one, she'll sit at my feet and kind of curl up. It's kind of amazing. But she doesn't do that anymore. She doesn't like it when I yell at the furniture, I think is part of it. And then, you know, if I'm like cutting stuff on the mill, she hates that. I need to do a round of cleanup here, though, because things have gotten a little out of hand. But dead rat in the attic, that was his alarm clock. When it gets hot and it starts to smell, it was time to get up. Every day we stray further from God's light. My corgi doesn't do stairs. That's healthier for the corgi. Willow does do stairs. She does less these days. I think her legs bothered her like a year ago. She had like a tendon injury, and she was limping. There was a toy that was this hoop, and it was this rubber hoop that traveled along the ground, and that's like crack cocaine for corgis because they're herding dogs. So that thing would fly across the ground, and the corgi would have to herd it. So she was pushing herself. She was running past what her comfort level of running was. And so she pulled something, and we had weeks and months where we were very worried that she was going to have to get a pretty expensive surgery to fix it. It healed. She got better. Her tendon's always going to be like a point of weakness. So we have to be careful with her and running. So she's been running a little less. She doesn't do stairs as much as she has. And I've been picking her up and taking her, like, for instance, loading her into a car. She's a small dog. She can make that jump. I'll pick her up and put her in the chair instead of that. We had a bunch of car rides recently, and she was very cute because as I'd sit there driving this shitty automatic car, she would poke her nose up against my arm. Pet health insurance is not expensive. We have it now. We got it we got it so that it activated exactly 1 week. No, you have to have it for a week. We got it slightly less than a week after or before her leg injury. Slightly less than a week before her leg injury. So we didn't qualify for that to be covered. Joe Rogan Comedy says, hello. What is this? Is this an official... Is it because I said incel because I was talking about how fucking stupid gamers are? What is this, Celia? What are we looking at? What do we got? That is too big of a kitty. Somebody set the copier on 600%. That's a big kitty. How's it going, Celia? Thank you for subbing for 83 months. Oh yeah, it's awesome. Did I say something that triggered like a bot account? June 18th, 2024. I'm the official Joe Rogan. I don't know about that. I don't see no partner badge on that. Rogan in the chat. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you guys, I did the Terry Tate office linebacker bit, and I said the words, and I did it pretty well because we used to you know, quote that all the time because all of our humor was referential in high school. And so I said that while I was soldering something together, and lo and behold, somebody with the account Terry Tate office linebacker shows up in my chat and starts talking, and it's like, what's going on? I think they go through subtitles, and it summons these bots. I don't think Joe Rogan Comedy is a bot per se, nor was the Terry Tate account, but they had something that triggered, like some conversation topic that'll trigger them to enter a chat. So all of our talk about Asmongold and how I kind of live in squalor, but not really, because it's an electronics shop and stuff just kind of gets disorganized when you build stuff. But I'm like, it's getting a little too close to Asmongold levels. I'm going to find it. This is going to be like a dead rat. Had a tooth pulled yesterday, and best experience ever at a dentist. They gave me so much painkillers, I didn't see cars driving by while on the 3rd floor and looking up into the ceiling. Jeez. Jamie, pull up a dead rat. My brain doesn't work good after DMT. Yeah, so I think I have that weird reaction with meth and the dental painkillers because of the ADHD meds. And so when I had dental work done in DC, which I think that dentist was a bit shady. Like, I don't think that work needed to be done. But he wanted to do dental work, and so they inject me with all this stuff. And I felt like fucking reality dropped down. I felt like I was like close to dying because things were reacting very strangely for being on anesthetics. There we go. That's the word. Can't see the chats from YouTube unless I look at the stream. You'll get drugs at the dentist if they're doing work that's going to be extremely painful. They'll give you drugs. But I haven't really needed any of that stuff to do. Dr. Yankinpole. See, the thing is, what he was doing was the exact same thing he did to another friend of mine who suggested the dentist. So it was, I thought that was a little shady. What's up, Do Not Disturb? All these people coming out of the woodworks. Out of the woodwork. Yeah, so we're building a modular testing module, but it is a rainy day. Yeah, it's still a rainy day. It's raining out there, so we're just having kind of a hangout stream and just kind of soldering little bits of the circuit together and moving forward while also hanging out. There was a bit of a long break because I had to help people with various things around the house on Tuesday, but yes, all these comments are coming in from YouTube. They're marked for your pleasure. I had some local anesthetics and had my dentist dig out a broken tooth. Ugh. It's like with wisdom teeth. I still remember being in a daze when the doctor had me in a headlock. MSP 430? We'll look up what it is. Although I'm not here to do your homework for you. Oh dear God, it's one of those things. TI? Oh wait, this is gonna dox emails. I hate you, new Reddit layout. I like pay Reddit better. Old Reddit is the same thing as pay. Okay, second year sophomore EC engineering student. Homework? Are we doing your homework? I always love it when I get somebody in chat going, if a train leaves Chicago at 5:30, I don't know why you would get some weird offshoot microcontroller unless you're trying to make a professional product. If you're doing the stuff like we are, like noodling around with circuits and just playing with programming, keeping in like an Arduino or a Python environment is so much easier on you. And it means that you can Google just about anything because everybody's done everything with these platforms. That's sort of part of it, is being caught up in the wave of innovation, of having millions of people using these more simplistic microcontrollers and stuff, where if you're trying to really, you know, push the envelope of aerospace, industrial aerospace stuff, you're going to use something completely different that's a little bit more hardcore, and it might lead you in the direction of something that's like vetted, like the MSP 430. I don't really know what this one can do. I don't know about these platforms. So this person is doing motor control. Still a great chip if you plan to do your home projects or some battery powered ones. With Fram, smiley face. The fuck is Fram? They still are being used a lot in industry. See what I'm saying? SMD32 and ESP32 are more hyped on the amateur market. But the amateur market is fine. We're not pushing the envelope. And so that's why we don't sort of get into these kinds of controllers. And, you know, like, dear Lord, if you get on something that's got like a little bit of, I don't know, the ability to scale with the, I mean, this thing is Core M7 and it's 600 megahertz. Like, holy shit. We can run everything off of this chip. I don't know. It's like the academic projects and stuff. You're dealing with stuff that may be completely outdated. What's going on? Worst part is the sound of metal and bone inside your head. Oh, that's terrible. The smell of burning bone. Thank you for all the fun day. Hey, Weaselbox, thank you for participating. I appreciate Having somebody in chat. You guys are great right now. SMT and ESP aren't bad. Yeah, I just don't know much about I don't know much about these other platforms. I know my Arduino because that's just what I've been using. But yeah, you know, there was I can't help but remember the question that was posed in Reddit, the other end of what I'm talking about right now, which is where the Redditor says, hey, I could program a traffic light in an Arduino in 10 minutes. Why can't they get them all to sync up with each other? And somebody came in and was like, you're an idiot. You're going to kill people because those boxes go from sub-zero temperatures to boiling hot, and you need to have a device that's going to be accurate over extreme periods of time, extreme weather conditions, extreme survivability conditions, power outages, all the stuff that like an actual product would see. You go, why are there all these capacitors in this design? I could just hook it up anyway. The point is the corner conditions that would take out a device. And so when a traffic light goes bad, it kills people. So would you trust an Arduino to that? And that's why you see these older chips being used a lot in like industrial stuff, because they're very well known. All of the failure conditions are very well known. So you use this chip that you know works, not some new vogue, you know, flavor of the month chip that, oh, we put USB in the chip, but it crashes sometimes, you know? So there's an argument on either end of everything that I'm talking about, which is why I'm so boring, because I come out in the middle. I'm always grilling. I'm always grilling these burgers. It's all I want to do. More jobs. Just send them with buckets of liquid nitrogen. Put fans in it. Put a lot of Noctuas in it. Surely it'll be fine. So yeah, I mean, everything's up for discussion. I guess it's not terrible that you're using that platform. I just don't know anything about using them. Surely there are a lot of good online resources for you. You don't have to ask a streamer with a bunch of weird opinions about what's good. What you're working on? Almost nothing. We've gotten very little done, Cosine. But I've been working on the module tester module almost exclusively on this channel for months. It's gotten a little bit bland, but we're continuing work on it. I need to get all my hardware squared away, so we're actually physically building the circuits. But because this is a tester module, and the first time that I'm putting together all the hardware in one thing, I'm using perforated prototyping board and through-hole chips. Ugh, it's dirty. I like my surface mount. You make a custom PCB? No. If this thing works, this is the one-off that I'm going to build. I'll probably put information about all this on GitHub. Put it on GitHub with all the software in case anybody else wants to build one. It's what I do here, and I should be releasing more stuff. I have a lot of projects that I need to relegate over to GitHub so people have access to them. But what was I going to say? The making a circuit board, and this is a point that I make all the time. If I build a circuit board, like a bespoke circuit board for it, using Fusion 360, my license is going to expire. I'll talk about that in a second. If I make a circuit board with Fusion 360, it's not all that expensive to get a circuit board made anymore. Because they got these big machines where you just kind of throw the designs in and they come out on the other end as perfect PCBs without any intervention. It's actually kind of amazing. It would probably be like $100 because it would be a little bit bigger than 100 by 100 millimeters. And it could have all the stuff there, but I don't have as much of an ability to change the circuit around. And I have been changing the circuit around as I get through more of the hardware. So until I land on a 100% complete circuit layout, anything could change. And so building it like this helps me kind of make a little bit more of a permanent layout for everything. Now I'm debating about whether or not I'm going to have enough pins on the Teensy 4. If I get a 4.1, I could put it here going vertically. And then I would have plenty of pins to run all the external stuff. I don't know. Can the official Joe Rogan have write access? No. I don't know. I'm debating whether or not I want to buy a Teensy 4.1 just for the amount of pins that I'll have access to. No, we should keep it with this. We should keep it with the 4, even though this has fewer pins, because we're using, and I wouldn't have to use this with a bigger one, but we're using a port expander to make sure that we have enough pins to run everything. Are you on LinkedIn? I don't do LinkedIn. I had LinkedIn a long time ago, and I set it up as kind of a comedy thing right before I just ignored it. Facebook and LinkedIn, I'm not, no. No, thank you. Too much waffle on those websites. Yeah, I'm gonna keep poking away at this. What we've been building right now is the op amps that sit on the front panel board. These op amps are simply going to be powering LEDs. And with op amps, if you give them plus minus 12 volts and you have something like a TL07-2 or a TL07X series, you can hook them up in a sort of feedback way, what allows you to have an indicator LED that indicates for plus minus 12 volts. So as signals are coming in and out of the synthesizer module tester, we can have a monitoring circuit that'll give us a feedback indicator of whether or not something's happening on the line. So if something, you know, some problem happens in this circuitry or this circuitry, we'll know because this thing will either give us the feedback we're expecting or not. I don't know about the UDP TCB graph, but there's a whole lot of just like business waffle, like how I learned to become a hustler, you know, survivor bias kind of shit that I'm not really interested in. And I don't know if that hurts me professionally. It probably does. But it's just become more of that social media hustle that I don't like. So yeah, I've got a lot to build because it's like 6 times this entire circuit. This entire circuit is much larger than we think. We got the power supply done, that's at least good. But all of this stuff, we're kind of hooking up to the board and building slowly. B2B SaaS, what the hell? It's like that MBTI crap that's just horoscopes for business people. It's so bad. Like, if you can take this test, and it's not put together by psychologists, by the way, or psychiatrists. It's not. It's been disproven by countless amounts of official whatevers. Yeah, schematics in Paint is the way to go. Because, again, you can get in there and just edit it. But, like, the oh, man. MBTI drives me insane. Don't suggest CAD to streamers, because I have the CAD that I like and I use it. I do not think KI CAD would help me in putting together test schematics. And first of all, like, listen. Can your CAD do this? I would wager that it can't. So until you bring KI CAD to me and give me that functionality, I'm not using it. No, I use Fusion, and my Fusion license is about to expire. They finally caught on, and they made you submit credentials to get the academic license. And so I don't have those credentials as of between whenever I got that educational and now. I don't have those credentials, and I could fake them. I could go in and Photoshop them, but I'm not going to do that. I got contacted about do you want a torrent magnet? No, stop. Nope. I got an email about a creators program, and I have a debate about whether or not I want to do the creators program, because if I use the free version of Fusion, because I don't use features that get me into the paid version much. I think the only feature is the amount of storage. And so if I archive a majority of the stuff that I've just been too lazy to archive, I think I'll be fine. So what I can do, 2 paths. I can do the creators thing, and then I've got to give them a bunch of info, and that means that I have to make 1 video a month about Fusion. And so I can have Oh Bothers, court-appointed monthly Fusion video series number X, and that'll be funny. I can do like a totally dry video where I talk about Fusion and how much I love it at gunpoint, or I can go to the free version, and then I'm more relatable to you guys. I've got more of a soapbox to stand on in order to tell you guys that I like Fusion and I'm using it as the free version and I still get all the functionality out of it. Monthly drawing of a resistor. Today, the 1 ohm resistor. I'm going to use Fusion Eagle to create another resistor. This one is a 2K resistor, and I'll do the labels on it and everything. And yeah, actually, that could be a good way for me to go through my whole library. It could be Bother's court-appointed library stream, where I go together and I make one part and I make it perfect. Because if we do that, it'll take a couple years to get through the 5,000 parts that I have, and we'll be able to create a nice library where we can just drop stuff in. And then this project gets even more of a debate in my head about whether or not I want to actually go through with it and create a circuit board, because then I'll have the library that has all the 3D parts on it that I could possibly muster, that I like using, and then that makes it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, we're done. Like, that'd be kind of crazy. As per design software, it's nothing special. It looks way better than all the other alternatives. And so as a streamer, somebody who's presenting something that looks nice, that looks okay. Fusion looks okay. And it's sort of the process that I've gotten to know. In terms of CAD CAM, I know the CAM software is good. I don't exactly have a CNC. This thing is knob operated. It's a bunch of knobs, just like you guys. So it's not that big of an appeal to me. For me, it's more that Fusion is there. It's not a separate program. If I have the library all squared away, I can come up with a circuit board in 5 seconds, and I get a beautiful render of what it looks like, and I can pull that into another drawing and start building solids around it using extrusions, and then I can get that to the 3D printer in a day. It's kind of amazing. So I don't know if the other programs are capable of doing that, but having it be that visual, that sort of like Mac software visual stressing sort of thing, it's nice for stream. It makes me sort of tie in the physical stuff to the computer stuff. As much as I hate to admit it, the 3D printer has become like another major facet of this channel. Or I could just do it I could do all the bullshit projects that I've been doing, like getting the Lancia body on my expensive 124th RC car. Remember when I spent $200 on an RC car? I do. It's still here. It's all still worked out, and I've still got all the files for it. I tried reverse engineering some stuff from it, because these guys, I think, are using Fusion, or at least an AutoCAD Inventor type program, because you can see all kinds of... I'm thinking, why would you not use that? It sounds amazing. So yeah, all of the different fillets and chamfers that they use on this RC car. I tried to recreate this part, but it broke me. I went insane. So I've been working a little bit with meshes, and Fusion does not do meshes as well as I would like it to. There are some tools in Fusion that do meshes really well, and for instance, for like coring out something, it's really good. But I've been getting to know Blender a little bit more, because Blender allows me to go to individual nodes and edit them. I can do something like change the view, select all of the wheel well vertices, and move them in a little bit, which is what I did do. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. You can't see it. I'm going to do an opaque print of this in the near future, so you'll be able to see all the cool, like, low poly lines on this thing. But I've been working with this mesh a lot to try to get it to fit into this thing. Yeah, I do wish there was a Fusion 360 for Linux. I would consider swapping my whole operation over to Linux. Microsoft has really gotten to the end of it. My problem is I can't get any of the parts to line up to where they're supposed to be. I've done all kinds of measurements with calipers, and like in CAD versus in the real world, none of this stuff kind of like lines up properly. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a session with my calipers in order to get this to fit. Eventually, it would be kind of cool if I could hook up the headlights, because the radio on this thing has 10 channels. So 10 channels, and I could set up one for brights and low beams, and then I could have brakes, and then I can have like running lights and everything. So I could set up the clear elements of this and cut it out, and then print it in this stuff. And then I can have the opaque elements on everything else, and paint those the color of the car body, and then it'll be this awesome little Lancia that can then run into a wall and almost immediately break. Tried a bunch. They're very not user-friendly, or they don't do what I need. Fusion is like ogres in that it exists in layers. The cool part with Fusion is you've got this outer layer of everything. And if you don't do your model properly, you can really mess stuff up by clicking and dragging on your screen. If you set it up properly, you can have it so that your engineers can come in and just go and just click on everything and drag it, and they'll see the motion of the product, right? If you set it up properly. But if you don't, you know, there's this big, beautiful viewing window with not a lot getting in the way, and you've got all your tools, but it's a very limited number of tools. When you start really getting into it, though, you get into other tabs, and you get into other functions of the tools, and you find out that there's a plugin, or you can access some other type of system that AutoCAD has. It gets more and more and more complicated, and things just kind of cascade from there. It's very interesting. They keep you kind of on a very surface level at first, and if you get under the layers, you start seeing the complexity of everything. It's pretty cool. That many channels, you need a soundboard. Drive up and rickroll them before it spins off. have it play the Dukes of Hazzard theme when it notices that it's airborne. I know it's a lot of channels for a radio, but what I can do is try to hook up a couple of the connections with the magnets that I'm going to use to hold on the body. And so Fusion is good for extruding those squares that I'm going to use in order to connect everything. I think that's a good program to use. It's all numbers, 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 and I understand numbers. So, and you know what? I don't owe you guys an explanation for why I use Fusion. I don't know why I fall into that trap every time. An awooga horn? How would that, physically, I don't think I could fit it in there. It would need to be a speaker. What did I print this in? This is, hold on, let me pull up I'm gonna pull up the Amazon page separately. Let me pull it up. Amazon orders. It is Anycubic, and it's the Anycubic 8K. Anycubic 8K in clear, not super clear. There's like a super clear option that's like glass. That's not what this is. This is the Anycubic 405 nanometer SLA UV curing resin, high precision, quick and curing, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've got the mess machine. That's in the other room. Yeah, there's no way that I would have been able to do this on FDM. Not with my filament printers. You can only see in the reflection that there's this low poly. This is everything that the Cybertruck is not. A low poly vehicle that has cool lines that looks really cool. Any mead fermentation plan in the works? As far as mead fermentation goes, there's 2 buckets of honey right there, and all my carboys are empty. I need to go to the supermarket with some of my jugs and exchange them for office water so that I can get that rolling. Because that's been sitting here. This thing would have been like a probably a year old. Oh, Jesus Christ. How long has that been sitting here? When did I order the... Hold on. I'm going to look it up. Hold on. Let me look it up. How good of a mead would I have had if I had gotten that stuff into the carboy right away? November? November 23rd, 2023. I would have had a year-old mead if I'd put it all together the day I got it. This is how it goes when you're in a shop with projects. There's too much stuff going on. Yeah, time is a weird soup indeed. Oh, God damn it. I would have had another year-old mead. Damn. What is my problem? I just haven't got around to it yet. I never get anything done. Especially having you guys hanging around. Never get anything done. But yeah, all my measurements for this thing were like, fuck. And I think it's because there's all kinds of camber and caster and stuff on these wheels. And I think these two are sitting at uneven distances. I wish I had a 3D scanner, because then I could take a 3D scan of like all the weird stuff and overlay it and see if everything was at the right position. I wish I had an automatic way to do that, because whenever it relies on me to come up with the numbers, they're always all messed up. I haven't had time to like race this thing around either. I haven't done that yet. It's raining right now, so it's probably not a good environment for all this stuff. But it would be cool to try to get some of those wheelie yellow camera angles out of this thing and see if I could get some cool recording of this thing racing around. I think these wheels will fall off when I go too fast too. All right, let's put this away. All right, I think we're done doing the circuit stuff for the day. I need to walk my dog. I haven't walked my dog yet today. She got to go out with the other people here. So she has had her opportunities to go to the bathroom, but I think I need to take her out so she'll get the message. Man, I can't believe that I ordered that honey a year ago. Where did that time go? That's a bringo. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate that. We've had a very distractible circuit day. They're always going to be like that. I'm following sort of a fixed design. So putting this stuff together, we're just gonna baby step our way through it, and we're gonna test as we go. And then we'll have a whole hardware platform that I'm gonna try to get the Teensy 4.0 to work on. The temptation is clear. I could do a Teensy 4.1, same processor, same software, same functionality, way more pins coming out of that thing, and space for an SD card where we could save settings. I could do the SD, you know what? Yeah, I want that SD card, actually. I want that SD card because this needs to have images that'll go on displays and settings, and settings saved in it. So maybe I do need to order that. So I'm going to order that. That's going to be like $40, $50. It sucks, but it's enough brain for the rest of this project to use. So, hell, if I want to go to a color screen on this thing, like a color touchscreen, I can do that with that chip. That's a tough consideration. Anyway, I'm going to throw up the end card because I'm ending the stream right now. I'm ending it all. I mean, by that, I mean the stream. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. So I'm going to be back in 19 hours, 33 minutes, and 44 seconds on the dot. And we're going to continue to work on this thing and get more of this circuit built up. We'll try to avoid the area with the microcontroller. I'm going to build up the ins and outs so we get some LEDs doing their thing, and you know, things will look nice. But progress has been very slow. We've been very distractible. I've been talking about a lot of stuff. I also need to write an email to those guys about the creator program. I'll say, hey, that's a neat thing, and sure, I'll do that, because otherwise my version's going to drop down to the poor person version, which I don't want to pay money for Fusion. I give them enough advertisement as it is. So thank you guys for joining me. I will be back soon. Until then, take care. Is there anybody that I want to mention? I have to open up Twitch to do this. I should build that thing that the other Lone Star has, where it has an LED on when certain people are streaming. Game It Out is doing his thing. Rob Oz is Shadows of Doubt. Adam plays. YMS plays. Just chatting. I guess he's gonna be watching media. Oh God, it's like the list is comprehensive today. Open stories. What the hell is that? I don't want stories. Close that. Show more. There we go. Okay, it's just Shane Hawk down there. Okay, I don't see anybody of our immediate fam streaming. But check out the Discord, because we do have a section where if your Discord is hooked up to what is it hook up to? I guess it sees OBS running. No. Sorry. It hooks up to Twitch directly as like a thing, and it'll say that you're streaming. And so I have a bot that puts those into a category of their own. I don't know, I guess, yeah, it'll put it into a now streaming category at the top of the Discord. So if you have all that stuff hooked up and you're streaming, people from my list of people, from my group of friends on Discord, they'll see that you're streaming, and maybe they'll join in, hopefully. Unless you suck. No, that's not a factor in it, unless you're not lucky. All right, before I say stupid shit, yeah, I'll stop streaming, and I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do more soldering. It'll probably still be raining. I'll catch you then.